everyone. Welcome to the third day of the Unilisa conference. I would ask you to start moving to your seats so we can start on another exciting day. And while we're waiting for you all to get comfortable, a last sip of coffee, tea or water, please remember to visit our exhibitor tables. They're from industry. It's a very good chance to collaborate and build up some useful networks and also amongst each other. So 1 second and then we will start. I just want to confirm if our first speaker of the day, Professor Teller, is online. Welcome also everyone. We're officially opening now and I would like to introduce our first speaker, our guest speaker of the day, Professor Teller. And he's a professor at the Department of Library and Information Science at the University of Ilorin, Nigeria. You can all read his full bio on the website, so I'm just going to give you a nice little summary. He is currently the head of the Department of Library and Information Science. He has 14 years of professional and academic experience comprised of university-level teaching, research, and of course, community service. He's a research fellow and a distinguished professor at our Department of Information Science at Unilisa, and we're really honored to have him. He's a C2 rated NRF researcher. He's authored close to 320 academic papers, which I think really is incredible and quite an inspiration. He's also a Commonwealth scholar who finished his PhD at the University of Botswana in 2009. He's won many awards, including the Dr. Salishu Most Published Librarians Award, which is stunning. And he is also an external examiner for different universities, so many of you may know his name from that. And he's also supervised quite a number of PhD and master students to full completion. I would like for us to all put a hand together for him while he indicates if he would like us to share the presentation for him or if he will share from his side. Professor Teller, if you could please unmute.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I appreciate the organizer of the conference, particularly the chairperson. I appreciate the chairperson of every other committee set up to make this conference a reality, and my colleagues, and especially the chairperson of this particular section, participants, and delegates from here and beyond. Good morning to every one of us. The title of my presentation is Harnessing Data Science and Analytics for Knowledge Innovation in Information Science, the Pathway to Society 5.0. This is my presentation outline displayed on the screen.
We can't see it.
You can help me share the slide there.
Oh, you want us to share it for you?
Okay, have you done that?
Okay, it's showing now.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. So you see my presentation outline displayed on the screen and introduction. It is a common saying that change it happens to be the most permanent thing in life. Looking around us, we have witnessed so many changes in this life. Earlier on, we talk about the primitive age. Later, we talk about the medieval age. And sometimes later, we talk about the civilization era. Of course, these changes also have been tagged with so many names. We have First Industrial Revolution, Second Industrial Revolution, Third Industrial Revolution, Fourth Industrial Revolution, Fifth Industrial Revolution. We also have Industry 1.0, Industry 2.0, Industry 3.0, Industry 4.0, Industry 5.0. So also Society 1.0, Society 2.0, 2.0, Society 3.0, Society 4.0, and Society 5.0, which was ushered in with rapid advancement of digital technologies. Of course, that is the focus of my presentation this morning. Society 5.0 is a visionary concept that was introduced by Japan because they were trying to seek to create a human-centered intelligent society where technology and data-driven innovations can enhance the quality of human life. And looking at this particular age or era, Society 5.0, and compare it with Society 4.0, which focus only on automation and smart industry. Society 5.0 extend that digital transformation to cover all aspects of human life by integrating technology like cyber physical system, artificial intelligence, big data, and Internet of Things, among others, to address societal challenges. Considering and looking at this transformation and innovation, we just discovered that information science plays a very prominent role, particularly in the area of managing, in the area of organizing, and in the area of disseminating knowledge and information that fuels or bring about this innovation. So, as Society 5.0 depends on intelligent information flow and seamless access to digital resources, the field of information system must evolve to embrace new tools, new techniques, new methodology, new algorithm that optimize information retrieval, information processing, and information utilization. And looking at this transformation, looking at this shift, we can see that it requires the integration of data science and analytics, which provide opportunity to extract meaningful understanding from vast amounts of structured and unstructured data that we are surrounded with. We can also observe the fusion of data science, data analytics, and information science, the three of which are germane to drive knowledge innovation, to provide a kind of continuous improvement and how knowledge is created, how knowledge is shared and applied to solve societal complex problems. So we see technology like machine learning algorithm, predictive analytics, and visualization techniques, enabling more efficient information discovery, personalized knowledge services, and evidence based on decision making. And all of this technology put together not only empower us as researchers, not only empower us as librarians, not only empowering us as information professionals, but also ensure that knowledge remains dynamic and responsive to the need of a digitally evolving society, which is otherwise known as Society 5.0. So as a result of this, it is important for us to harness data science and analytics within information science because that becomes essential in shaping an intelligent, human-centered society 5.0, where knowledge is more accessible, more actionable, and more transformative. As I continue, I would like to shed light on some key terms reflecting from my presentation. And the first one is data science. What is data science? A multidisciplinary field that uses mathematics, statistics, computer engineering, and artificial intelligence to analyze large amount of data. I also have data analytics reflecting from my title, which refer to the process of collecting, organizing, and analyzing large data sets to identify patterns, to identify trends and correlations, which ultimately giving room for extracting meaningful perception that can be used to inform decision making within an organization. Essentially, it converts raw data into actionable meanings by using various tools and techniques to understand and interpret data and information. Then I have data visualization, and this implies the representation of information and data using charts, graphs, maps, and other visual tools. From my title, also reflecting knowledge innovation. And what is knowledge innovation? This is continuous enhancement of how knowledge is created, how knowledge is organized, how knowledge is shared, and how knowledge is applied to solve complex societal problems. And lastly, I have information science. Of course, I have information science, not lastly, reflecting from the title. And that is an academic field primarily concerned with analysis, collection, classification, manipulation, storage, retrieval, movement, dissemination, and protection of information. Of course, that is our discipline, information science. Then Society 5.0. What is it? It is a vision for a future society that integrates technology to improve quality of life and balance economic growth with societal issues. Of course, it is a concept that is also tagged a super smart society, or also a smart human-centered society, all of which is referred to as Society 5.0. This Society 5.0 anchors technology like artificial intelligence, data-driven systems to enhance well-being, to enhance inclusivity, and to enhance sustainability, and to ensure seamless access to knowledge, personalized services, and intelligent decision-making for social advancement. Of course, there are features, characteristics of this Society 5.0. We have characteristics like human-centered innovation, cyber-physical integration, digital inclusion and accessibility, collaboration between human and artificial intelligence, data-driven decision-making, personalized services, sustainability and resilience, and the ethical and secure digital systems. Talking about knowledge innovation in information science. Knowledge innovation simply implies the continuous enhancement of how knowledge is created, organized, shared, and applied to solve complex problems, as mentioned earlier. So it is important to involve leveraging emergency technologies. Of course, by emergency technology, we are referring to Society 5.0 technology like artificial intelligence, big data, Internet of Things, and the rest of them that I've mentioned, and their methodology and practices to improve knowledge discovery, to improve our accessibility to knowledge and information, and for us to be able to utilize and make use of information effectively and judiciously. So in information science, knowledge information manifests in various dimensions. And what are these dimensions? It manifested in the area of knowledge creation, which is the generation of new meaning, concept, and digital content, using artificial intelligence, using machine learning, using big data analytics, Internet of Things, blockchain, and the rest. Then also, it also manifested in the area of knowledge organization, which refers to the structuring of categorization of information using advanced metadata ontology and knowledge graphs for better discoverability. Then we also have knowledge dissemination, as part of the, knowledge innovation. And that has to do with dynamic distribution of knowledge through personalized recommendation system. And we also have knowledge application, which is the transformation of raw data into actionable meaning for decision making in academia, in business, and governance. So what is the intersection of information science and data-driven perception? Of course, there is intersection between them. So what are these intersections? Information science evolves its traditional roles in classification, in indexing, and retrieval are all enhanced by data-driven methodology. Of course, it is the data, science that is driving all of this as we speak. Talking about classification, talking about indexing, talking about information retrieval. Data science is driving all of this. Making use of data-driven methodology. So we see the integration of data science, artificial intelligence, and machine learning, enabling more sophisticated approaches to knowledge management. And this intersection allows enhanced information retrieval. It allows predictive analytics in knowledge system. It allows smart digital libraries and repositories. It also allows personalized knowledge services, a kind of adaptive learning technology tailored towards delivery, knowledge delivery to individual preferences and learning styles. There are emerging trends in data-driven knowledge management. What are these emerging trends? Of course, we can talk about the knowledge innovation and management system, which is increasingly shaped by big data analytics, by cloud computing, by blockchain technology, and AI-driven innovation. Major emerging trends that I am referring here include, but not limited to, knowledge graphic and semantic web technology, which enhance knowledge discovery and connecting structured and unstructured data in meaningful ways. I'm referring to automated knowledge extraction. I'm referring to blockchain and knowledge authenticity, which ensure the integrity, provenance, and security of digital knowledge assets. Still on these emerging trends in data-driven knowledge management system, we are referring to AI-powered assistants, which include chatbot and virtual assistants that facilitate instant access to information in libraries, in archives, and research institutions. And we also have data visualization for knowledge interpretation. All of these innovations signify a kind of paradigm shift in how knowledge is generated, how knowledge is assessed, how knowledge is utilized, and positioning information science as a significant driver of society 5.0 knowledge-based economy. Meaning that information science, that is our discipline, and we that specializes in that area, we information scientists, we are the driver of this information, society 5.0. So we should take note of that. It's very, very important. So what are the role of data science and analytics in information science? What role does data science play? So we see the integration of data science and analytics in information science by way of transforming information professionals to organize in the way they retrieve and in the way they utilize information. We can see enhancement of decision making. We can see optimization of knowledge discovery. And we can see the improvement in access to information. These are some of the roles data science and analytics are playing in information science. Also, data science methodologies empower information professionals, that is we, with data-driven techniques to improve our knowledge management and user experience. And also, major methodology of data sciences are currently being applied in information science, including data mining and text analytics, which give us opportunity to extract valuable meanings from large data sets, including library catalogs, including research articles from various databases, and digital archives. Then we can see natural language processing, which is enhancing information retrieval by enabling computers to understand and interpret human language in queries and document indexing. Then we also have predictive analytics, which is giving us opportunity of using historical data patterns to forecast users' needs, optimize resource allocation, and personalize knowledge services. And we can see data visualization as well, which is giving us opportunity of creating interactive charts, graphs, and dashboards to facilitate better understanding of complex information trends. We can see machine learning for classification and recommendation, which is giving us opportunity to automate metadata generation and suggesting relevant resources based on user preferences. Knowledge innovation. We are talking about knowledge innovation. It is inseparable of big data. It is inseparable of machine learning. It is inseparable of artificial intelligence in the area of knowledge creation. So we see explosion of big data, we see explosion of machine learning and artificial intelligence, changing knowledge creation and dissemination of information. And what are these innovations? They include automated knowledge discovery, smart indexing and classification, conversational artificial intelligence and chatbots, personalized learning and research assistance, knowledge synthesis and summarization. Of course, there are case studies of data science application in libraries, in archives, and digital repositories. What are these case studies? One, it is important for us to mention the National Library of Finland, which employs artificial intelligence for automated subject classification, so as to improve cataloging efficiency. Then we can also see the University of Cambridge, where data science and data analysis are used to track research trends, helping librarians to make informed collection and development decisions. We can also see the case study of the National Archives, the UK National Archives, which utilizes machine learning to categorize and index historical documents, making them more accessible to the users. Then we can also talk about the AFAD library, which explores blockchain technology for enhancing the authenticity and preservation of digital scholarly contents. And also, we can talk about the New York Public Library, which employs data analytics there to understand user behavior and improve their service delivery to the users. All of these and many others are available as case study of data science application in libraries, in archives, the digital repository. But as good as this is, or as there are many benefits and advantages associated with it, there are also associated challenges. These challenges include, but not limited to, data quality and management issues, where we talk about inconsistent and unstructured data, where we talk about metadata challenges, where we talk about data silos and accessibility, where people find it very, very difficult to have access to data that are in silos. Then we have technical and infrastructural constraints. Here we can talk about limited computational resources. Here we can talk about integration with legacy systems. Here we can talk about scalability issues, which include processing large-scale digital collections and data sets that require advanced cloud solutions and which may not be available in all institutions. Then we can also talk about the challenges of skill gaps and capacity building. And here, this borders on lack of data science experts. Of course, they are very, very limited. Looking at Africa generally, let me say, it was in the last 5 years that we see African universities floating programs on data science. There was nothing existing, as data science as a course of study, before the last 5 years. So many information professionals have limited training in data analytics, machine learning, and artificial intelligence, and that becomes a challenge. Then there is need for interdisciplinary collaboration, which is based on effective integration, which require collaboration between librarians, between activists, between data scientists, between IT specialists, and which can be challenging to coordinate. Of course, that is the fact. Then we have training and continuous learning. where we see the fast evolving nature of data.
Professor Teller, have we lost you?
Hello, Karen.
Hi, yes, you're back. You have 5 minutes to wrap up.
Okay. Let me quickly wrap up then. I hope you are following me. I'm discussing challenges in integrating data science into information science. And I've talked about the skill gap and capacity building, where we mentioned lack of data science experts. They are very, very limited in number because the thing is just gaining popularity. Looking back to the last 5 years, hardly can we see universities in Africa that floated programs on data science. So it was maybe the last 4 years that some university begin to introduce the course. So there is need for interdisciplinary collaboration among librarians, among artists, among data scientists, among IT specialists. All of these can be challenging in terms of coordination. Then there is also the challenge of training and continuous learning. Of course, there are challenges of ethical and privacy concern. There are challenges of algorithm bias and fairness, transparency and accountability, okay, which ensure that a high-driven decision-making process in information retrieval and knowledge organization remain unexplainable and unaccountable. So we can also talk about the challenge of financial and institutional barrier. Of course, the high implementation cost is there. It involves very exorbitant and huge amount of money, to put data science in place. Then institutional resistance to change, of course, many organizations remain resistant to adopt data-driven approaches. Then we can talk about the policy and regulatory gap. All of these are, challenging. But of course, there are so many opportunities in integrating data science in information science. Enhanced knowledge discovery and information retrieval. You can talk about data-driven decision-making for libraries and archives. You can talk about personalized and adaptive learning experiences, digital preservation and archival innovation. Then open science and research data management. You can see that one is now facilitating open access and open data. You can see big data analytics for scientific research. You can see research impact assessment, where AI-driven analytics help us to measure the influence of publications, citations, and then collaboration, all of which are aiding research evaluation. Then you can talk about opportunities like ethical, artificial intelligence, and responsible information management. Then how data science and data analytics for knowledge innovation in information science give way to Society 5.0. Of course, it has given way to Society 5.0 in so many ways. Now we see data science and analytics driving knowledge innovation in information science by transforming how information is organized, retrieved, and utilized, just like I've been mentioning. You can see us anchoring on AI, big data, and predictive analytics, anchoring on libraries, archives, and research institutions, for us to be able to offer personalized, intelligent, and proactive information services. We can also see those technology enhancing knowledge discovery, automation classification, and optimizing decision making, leading to more efficient and inclusive access.
Are you still with us, Prof? Prof. Teller? While we wait for him, make sure you've noted down your comments or questions you'd like to ask. We'll allow about 2 or 3. Prof? Team, can you see if he's online? Is he there? Are you unmuted? Please remember to unmute, Prof. Teller.
Okay, Karen?
Yes, we're going to take a few questions from the floor for you, if that is all right. Okay. Sorry, I seem to have lost you. I'm glad you're back. All right, let's see if there are a few hands. Anyone who would like to, it doesn't have to be a question, it can be a comment, suggestion, addition. When you put up your hand and you get the roving mic, just give your name before you speak so we can all be reminded who you are. Prof, it seems that you have stunned them, and I'm sure that if someone can maybe just check in the chat for me online if there are any questions there. Okay, in the absence, oh, there is one from Professor Fombart. If we could have a mic, please.
Yeah, Prof. Teller, thank you so much for that very insightful presentation. And I like the way you brought out the issue of, Society 5.0. I keep on insisting, just the issue of inclusivity is very important, and sustainability. So I like the way you uncovered it, and the role of information science. Yesterday I was talking only of the role of knowledge management, but it's not only knowledge management, but also information science. We are very, we are the key drivers in this society 5.0. So unlike, and society, so 5.0 is about society, it's about the people, it's about inclusivity, it's about using technology now and data to solve societal problems. So I like the way you actually uncovered it very well for us to understand it, and that we have come beyond Industry 4.0, where it was more about industry, but now we are going now to the society, because the Japanese realized that they could not only rely on robots. That's why, as I said yesterday, that they realized that actually now their issue of one child, before they were thinking that because they wanted just one child population decline, they thought technology was going to solve all their problems. But they realized that they need to move to the people. People are very important, and that's the key issue of Society 5.0. So thank you for the very insightful presentation, and for letting us know that it's about the people, how technology can solve people's problems, societal problems. And it's not only knowledge management, but information science. We are key drivers. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank God. Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, one more. Thank you, Professor Sarombe.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Prof. Taylor, for that enlightening presentation. As my colleague has said, it really explained what Society 5.0 is all about. And I liked what Prof. Fombart said, speaking about 4.0 being on industry. And we know that to make these things possible, funding, I think that's something that I've been missing. How do we make sure that these things happen? 4.0 became a bit easier because we see big tech, huge companies, industries investing a lot in technology and making this happen. But now as we come to society and we look at our governments and the struggles that we have, will we realize 5.0? As much as it is elaborate, we have heard for the past few days on and we have heard of things that have been happening in certain hospitals and other areas of government. But if we really want all of us to benefit in this Society 5.0, where do we get the funding to make this possible? I would like to hear your thoughts about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very good question. But I want to start by saying that as information scientists, we are the driver of this Society 5.0. So we need to educate ourselves, particularly the young and emerging information scientists. 5.0 because we are the should not fail the world and do the needful. To get funding, well, our governments, that they come in, they have to make sure that they give every support that are necessary in terms of making provision for every infrastructure needed and necessary to facilitate this Society 5.0. Because, majority of us, we are just, we are government employee. So there is, limited, there is a limit to the extent to which we can make these infrastructural facilities available. But the government can do that for us. Not only the government, there are other stakeholders that can also do something. The industries, they can come in as well. The private individual in our society, they can as well do something. The industrialists, the manufacturers, all of them, they have prominent role to play in making facilities that are necessary to drive this particular society, making them available to us. Thank you very much. I don't know whether I've been able to answer the question, posed by Professor Sarumi. Thank you very much. Karen?
Thank you very much. She seems to be happy with that and smiling too. I think we all are. Thank you so much. We appreciate your insight from all your experience and looking forward to. And I think he needs another well-deserved applause before we move on.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Professor.
You.
Keep well.
Thank you.
The next section is by the Unilisa Adolf VUCA Gamers Group. They're all students, and the topic is on developing video games in and for Africa. So if you're wondering what African folklore and storytelling has to do with Zizi's quest and gaming, I'm going to hand over to the students, namely Tandalwetu Mabaso, Zainab van Blerk, and Lina Msiza. Over to you. Just to let the delegates know, because of where the students are, they're going to play their video. So that will be up to the technical team. They'll take over from you. So just your patience on that. When would you like me to start the timer? All right, while we wait, we invite the students to please introduce yourself in the meantime so that we can all know who you are, because we haven't all met you. So please unmute your mics and you can start with whomever you like to introduce yourself first with. Thank you. All right, what happens with programs at any conference, there seems to be a glitch with the video. So while we're sorting this out, I think so that we move on, let's move to the panel session discussion. I hope that my colleague, Dr. Maglatse Sekhola, is ready. And I'll call the panelists also so they can join us at the front. So we're just going to swap it around so we don't have to sit around twiddling our thumbs.
Okay, good morning, colleagues. Good morning, colleagues. Yeah, we are very much happy to be here. We will be doing something different in a way of a panel discussion. So we're going to have 2 delegates online, and then the 2 will be joining us on the stage. So in that order, I will want to thank the session chair for calling us, and I will also want to call the delegates or the colleagues who are here physically to join me on the stage. Firstly, we've got Mr. Pule Mukati. Mr. Pule Mukati, if you can come to the stage, please. Yeah, welcome, sir. Welcome. Thanks. Yeah, you can just pick up. Then, secondly, physically, so we've got Miss Messi Mukhele. Miss. All right. I don't know, colleagues, if Professor Dorodule Ole is online. I was checking him, but I couldn't see him. Just check with me, colleagues, if he is online. Then, if you are online, Prof, just unmute and greet us. All right, let's continue, colleagues. I think again online we've got Miss Villari Abok. Miss Villari, are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Colleagues, in a minute or so, I would request that maybe we start with Ms. Villari online to just give a brief introduction of herself there on what she does and where she's based. In a minute or so, please.
Good morning, everyone. I am Atieno Abok. That's my name. I am a lecturer at the Technical University of Kenya. I teach in the Department of Information and Knowledge Management with close to a decade experience in teaching and research. My passion for this panel discussion session arises from my experience with data analytics and information sciences. And I'm excited to delve and get into this, just to get insights from my fellow panelists and also engage with the audience to get new ways in which we can navigate Society 5.0 in GLAM institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. I'll skip Prof. Wole for now and come to the stage, whereby we've got Mr. Pule to also follow suit by introducing himself. Please. Okay, we can.
Good morning, everyone. Okay. As the chair said, I am Pule Mokhati. I'm from ESCOM. under generation department. So I'm under the generations department. I'm stationed at the business unit here in Mpumalanga, Tutuka Power Station. I'm under the Department of Risk and Assurance, but I'm doing documentation there under quality. So yeah, for so many years, I've worked at the Free State Library Services. Started as a library assistant. I was a librarian at the Arlington Library, reporting at the district office in Bethlehem. So yeah, that's basically it. I'm gonna start with my master's degree now in information science. Hopefully it will go well. And yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Mr. Pule Mukati. I saw a lot of interest from the floor. Expect a lot of questions. In the similar vein of form, colleagues, would like to request Ms. Mukhele to also follow suit by introducing herself to the floor. Thanks.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Mapula Mesimukhele. I think I'm the furniture, not part of the furniture at Unilisa. This is my first job. I'm not saying the years, and I'm still here. I started as a cataloger at the main library here for 12 years. Then I moved to Polokwane. Our region is called Northeastern Region because it's Limpopo and Mpumalanga. We have 2 libraries at the moment, a library in Polokwane, which is the hub of the region, and another one in Nelspruit. We are still busy with the library in Middelburg because we have a bigger office there now. And I think I will introduce my subject when I sit down. Is it fine?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, but we work a lot with students whereby when the people from main campus come to the regions, they see a different picture. We have lots of young students coming to the office on daily basis as if they've got classes and they don't. So those students are part of the subjects that I'm going to discuss today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that introduction, colleagues. Finally, can we check if Prof. Wole is online? He's not. He's not visible, ne? Okay. No, it's fine, colleagues. I think we'll go with our 3 panelists for now, unless he joins later. Colleagues, we are not going to deviate much from the talk of this morning, whereby we are trying to contextualize data science, analytics, and data visualization within the information science. So we are interested to get the views of our colleagues who are coming from different spheres or context to try and help us as to how can we, to work together with this Society 5.0 and the 5 IR technologies. And this has been the topic of the whole week, really. Then, colleagues, maybe I'll start with Ms. Villari online. We have this question of how can data science, data analytics, and data visualization, and in some context, knowledge innovation be swiftly integrated into academia and practice? How can we ensure that data science, data analytics, data visualization, and knowledge innovation are integrated in academia and in practice?
Thank you for that. This first needs to come from an overhaul in terms of how academic programs around GLAM are made up. Institutions of learning, of higher learning that offer GLAM-related courses needs to engage technology and have technocentric kind of subjects in the teaching that happens right now in Society 5.0. Think about it this way. The use case scenarios within library spaces, within archives, within museums cannot be adequately sorted out by computer scientists, mathematicians, or even statisticians. We understand our use case scenarios better. So with the knowledge on aspects of visualization, proper data quality management, and data extraction and use and analysis integrated into the learning processes in GLAM academic institutions will definitely have a great impact in how the products of these GLAM institutions in terms of professionals are able to provide services, and not only to provide services, but provide services which go beyond to meet the complex user needs and challenges that happen within the GLAM spaces. Beyond that, I also think about collaborations. And this comes from the perspective that while technology keeps coming, we are not in a position to shift from our main mandate and move to computer science areas. We still are GLAM professionals. And that means if we are in a position to collaborate with computer science units or departments, and also statistical and mathematical departments to equip our users, then we are in a position to build the skills that will enable us to thrive even with changes that happen in this volatile society.
Yeah, no, that was detailed enough. Thank you very much for taking part in that question. And I hope colleagues have noted some of the important points that you are sharing with us here. Colleagues, I want to come to the floor. I'm told that they will feel comfortable, speaking here. So I'll start with Mr. Pule to come and also share her views on the question. Thank you.
So yeah, part of our business as the business unit as Tutugane for us to help Society 5.0 be realized will be to reinforce the systems that we have in place that we're using for information and records and documentation management. For our technical documentation, we're using your project-wise, which is we managing drawings and modifications of the drawings there and your technical documentation at large. So for us to be able to take part or be part of this journey will be, the systems that we're using will be assisting us in laying the platform for realization of the big data and improving on the interconnectivity and system integration of the energy-related components such as the generation units and the different power stations. So the technology that we're having will be reinforced and be upgraded to help us be interlinked and efficiently generate electricity. So as the energy sector, we are to collaborate with the Department of Information Science here at the Unilisa. We'll be piloting the project at the Tutuka Power Station. So the main of the project will be to foster knowledge exchange and promote a better future for our customers and all of us. As you may know that as a country, we are faced with energy poverty. It's something that we need to address and take head on. So collaboration with the department in terms of having research projects and outreach programs to the communities will contribute meaningfully to the socio-economic development and for us to realize sustainable energy for all. So yeah, I think that would be it.
Okay, colleagues, thank you. In the Northeastern region, as the library services, we are coordinating 2 committees of students, which is the Information Science Students Forum and the Writers Forum. The Information Science, it's our students and those who are doing from library information science degrees. And the Writers Forum is a general group where we encourage the students first to be the readers so that they can be good and excellent writers. Each year we have an annual Eskiam Patlele annual lecture where we then, as the library, as one of those activities towards the annual lecture, we have the reading and writing seminar. For that seminar, we need the students to submit short stories and poems. We've got a team of adjudicators who are not part of us. Some are here in the main campus, some is outside people. They adjudicate the stories, and then we get at least 3 top short stories. We've got Fundi as well that helps us with buying a laptop for number 1. And we buy other prizes for the students. But if there are 5, at least the last 2, we also just thank them with something, especially the books. We'll buy books for all of them, novels from Van Skyke or wherever. Those short stories now is almost 10 years that they've been doing it. I've now compiled the short stories. We are going to compile a book of the short stories and see if we can publish it at Unilisa Press. Secondly, we said to those who did very short ones, we've got a studio at the campus in Polokwane. They can then come and take their stories and dramatize them. Make them a short drama stories so that they can share the information of those stories, verbally to other students. And I'm sure once they do that, they can also go to things like YouTube to also market themselves. But in this process, we invite the publishers to come and train them on how to write good stories, to workshop them. And also, there's a team from the Radio Leboa, and that Lefosi kana re bitsa eng? Thobela FM. Yes, from Thobela FM, who are coming also to assist with this dramatization of the stories so that our students can produce very good stories and also dramas. That's what we're doing, just to make them, this visualization, the glam thing, that we've got. Also, the studio will be used more at Polokwane. Some students will go in there and view, but we'll publicize those things, those dramas and the stories on our Facebook and the regional website. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for those detailed, discussions, colleagues. We want to now move to maybe what we can call question 2, because you have shared with us how you integrate this Society 5.0 needs into your different contexts. So what measures are available? What measures are required to maintain the ethical use of data in Society 5.0, colleagues? In other words, how can the academia and practice maintain ethical use and access of data through or within the information science? Maybe let's start with the last speaker on this one.
Yes, thank you very much. You know, ethics in research is something that you can't even breach. Whether you're dealing with, what do we call them, the early childhood, these children, small ones, somebody needs to sign a consent. Their parents and maybe the school itself on the behalf of those. And the higher you go at institutions of higher learning, it's worse. Even if we don't have that policy as yet for Society 5.1, but we've got the ethical policies that the university follows. If you want to produce anything about anybody, especially the Unilisa students, the name of Unilisa, the ethical clearance, I'm telling you, it's one process that's dreadful as the researchers who are studying with Unilisa, especially if you are using the name and our students. So the students, the first consent they have done, they are so happy and proud that we're going to publicize and make them famous, maybe. That's the term they said, they used. Also that they will be developed to be good writers. So those are, we start with the clearance. This is the first one, but if they are going to dramatize the short stories, meaning that they are going to bring in 1, 2, 3, 4 maybe people as according to their stories, then also those ones needs to consent to what we have to do or to what we want to do. Yes, thank you.
Excuse. So, as ESCOM, we have on our system the Zenzele, which is the platform that we use to try and educate employees. There's this compulsory training that everyone goes through for this intellectual property course and your ethical training course, which is done through Zenzele by everyone. And for those that cannot be or who are not computer literate, because we still have our seniors and all that, we organize trainings like your face-to-face trainings, where we'll be offering them the course about this ethical behavior or access to use of ESCOM data. So all these measures are put in place to protect the ESCOM intellectual property and maintain sustainability and reputation. So we also have the library department, or maybe can I say the documentation, because that's where I'm in, library and documentation, where we'll be collaborating with the communications department to always disseminate information about the ethics and data, proper data use, in collaboration also with the RTND, Research, Testing and Development, which is the unit under the Department of Human Resources, which assists with your ethical clearances. We have the ethical clearance form. We have the ethical or the memo that we compile that serves as also as the ethical clearance. So which also, that those documents, they assist, and the template, that assist with the proper channeling of how to access information or data from ESCOM and what is expected of you, the copyright, the publishing of your data, the prevention of misuse of ESCOM data and all that. So it gives everyone a platform or a position as to where they are or what they should do. So yeah, I think that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pule, and thank you very much, Ms. Mukhele. We want to now go to online and check if Ms. Valerie also has something to add there. Ms. Valerie, what are your views on that particular question?
Thank you. To build on what my fellow panelists have talked about, I also want to mention the aspect of creating a culture of ethical awareness, because they say that if we are not into ongoing training, into continuous education and capacitating our users into the aspects of ethics, then they will remain as words spoken or just requirements, and they will never be taken into consideration. Besides that, every organization needs to put in place clear ethical frameworks and governance so that every stage of use of information or data is clear, and there are also accountability along the way. Besides that, because Society 5.0 not only involves the professionals, it also involves the society in general, who are our users, either are in museums or in libraries or in archives, wherever the place is in the GLAM institutions, there is need for public discourse, because these are the data that we will be using in determining user preferences, or will be you will use in developing our collection. So we need also to engage the public to know what are their expectations in terms of the use of data that actually comes from them.
Thank you very much. Please don't go away. I think the next question will be started by you. You'll be the first to answer it, colleagues. Normally, we tend to hear that there are low interest, especially from the younger generations, to engage with our information institutions such as museums, galleries, and libraries. Then my question to you, my panelists, is that in what way can we use data science, visualization, to spark the interest, to capture the attention of the current and the future clients? Thank you.
Thank you for that. I want to mention that while visualization has always been kept at the periphery as far as information sciences and GLAM institutions are concerned, visualizations is the heart of the story. Confucius once mentioned that I see it, I forget it. I hear it, I forget it. Sorry, I see, I remember, and I do and understand it. So within the spaces of GLAM institutions, and more especially training institutions, being that I am a trainer, there is need to not only take our learners through visualization, but not only, we also need to also involve them in the actual activity of creating even simple dashboards that are interactive. Besides that, there is the aspect of visualization being able to convey complex stories in the simplest way that stakeholders are able to take in. And that can be a very powerful way of wooing funding and finances, because if you can't tell your story well, no one is going to invest in your story. Besides, policy direction and policy change can only happen when stories are told well. And to top it up, no one can tell our stories as GLAM professionals. We need to tell our stories by ourselves. So I think we should tell our stories.
Thank you very much. Memkhele, are you able maybe to share your views?
Okay, thank you very much. I think those who are my age will feel so. I was saying to her, you know, when you go to a conference, you look at your people. So I look at my people and say, you, if they are not here, hi, maybe Linda, next year I'm resigning from conferences, but they are here, so I'm still motivated. The same way as our theory, when we started, now we are working with a different breed, guys. I'm telling you, in academic institutions, it's worse. They've got this big, nice phone, whatever phones, and everything you talk to her, she's just pressing. I'm like, I'm talking to you, baby. Donna, listen, no. Yes, ma'am, she's not even looking at you. But then I need to attract and encourage this young person to say, what you are doing on your phone, I've got and I can provide here. The issue of the e-books, I know they like, they don't like. Not that much as yet. But if we have those and we display the information on we've got screens in the library that we talk to the students, we tell them about the activities we're going to have or any other thing. If maybe we have those stories that we can at least display, so that, because the libraries are no longer the place anymore. They are no longer those quiet spaces, not anymore. Some libraries have got that couch there at the corner where people can sit and discuss. Meaning we also need to have such informal information sharing with the students. Besides those things that they will be seeing on the screens, we need to talk to them. We need to make them realize that whatever they are writing, they can, if it's a short story, they can even make it a drama themselves. They shouldn't even wait for us. They should come to us and say, ma'am, I've got something about the library, whether it's a poem or something, so that when they see one of their peers on that screen, you know, reciting a poem about the library or about Unilisa, they will also be encouraged. We need to move with the times as libraries, and the only thing that we should make them aware is the importance of having that big data, the importance of sorting it, the importance of packaging it so that it's understandable, that when they disseminate it to other people, it's clear and understandable. But also in that process, they should consider things like copyright, plagiarism, guys, yo. You know, they come crying. No, I failed my assignments. The lecturer says, I didn't acknowledge the sources. I said, yes, Ntwana, I told you, you must have the references. But you know, sometimes they do the assignment on Thursday and it's due tomorrow. So they just do this copying story. But if we can also try to have such things and talk to them practically as libraries, we shouldn't always want to gather them. They get easily bored, that I've picked up. We shouldn't always aim to gather them in a room and say, this is a formal training. We need to just talk to them as a group on a study carrel. It's about 6 chairs, our carrel tables. We just that group and say, let me talk to you today about these things of making references, so that they understand it. And when you live there, that space, they will discuss it on themselves, and also they will have an opportunity to engage with you. They will also come back to you and say, you mentioned something that I didn't understand. Can you say it? You see? So those are the things that I think we can bring the library to life. We can bring what they are doing to life. We can bring what we are doing as well as librarians and what we are providing to life, besides sharing it on the social media like the Facebook and the regional website. They've got their own YouTube. They've got their own things which they can share reliable and relevant information. Thank you.
So with industry, I believe that visualization. Data visualization is a bit different from your library setups and all that, because we have control rooms, control systems, and human interface. You know, the interface from machine to human, the interaction from human to machines. So basically what happened, I remember now before we left, we had to register a work instruction, a technical strategy, a specification for the control system to be able to convey, for the conveyor belts to move coal from the coal stockyard to the plant. So there's that interlink between operators and how we can be able to move your coal from wherever it is to the plant, and that's being controlled in a control room using the control systems. So everything is being displayed there with the on the screen, and your instrumentation and control in control and instrumentation department and systems make it easier for you to be operating that visualization. So with us, visualization is that interlink between human and machine, and the ability to read your screen, you know. So I think that's it.
Yeah, thank you very much for all your answers, colleagues, or all your views. We want to take this opportunity to take only one question, colleagues. We are told that we are left with 5 minutes. Maybe one burning question from the floor before we depart the stage. By show of hands, please. Yeah, we've got a question from Prof. Zim Biela there. Can we get a microphone, please? Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity. My comment is a short one. I just want to commend you. That is why I'm even standing. I just want to commend you that you are not talking at the higher level of artificial intelligence, but you are taking knowledge down to the root level, to our children who are struggling. I am so impressed about what you are actually doing. I wonder, because we normally talk here about collaboration. Is it collaboration in theory? Are we doing it practically so that we can enhance knowledge, we can take knowledge to the grassroots level? I'm impressed about that project that you are doing with the children. I was like wondering, what is the age group of those children that you are empowering them on the writing skills? Because those are the children that progress to the next level of the university. Are the parents involved? Are the teachers, educators involved? Is there any curriculum that is guiding you so that you can maybe learn on how to integrate this AI and empower our learners at the grassroots level? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Prof. Maybe, before she answers it, colleagues, we are running out of time, and maybe in line with that, my parting question will be, how can we ensure that academia, how can academia measure the effectiveness of digital literacy program? Perhaps try to answer it in line with what Prof has just said. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks, Prof. Zimni, and thanks for the compliment. I'll tell the regional director. It's our Unilisa students that we are dealing with. We don't check the level as long as they are registered. we encourage them to write, because even if they're still new, when they see the competition, we issue the notice like around June, May, June. The Eskia Mpatlela annual lecture is always in September. So the reading and writing seminar is in the morning of that day of the annual lecture, because we are awarding the prizes in the evening during the lecture. Those students, as I say, we take them, they submit the short stories, and then I call them when I receive the stories, and just to check who they are and which subjects are they doing, but then also inform them that no, the stories are going to the adjudicators who will adjudicate them. Hence, now we realize that the students are busy submitting. We have done, just before COVID, we were doing we had somebody from Via Africa and someone from Van Skyke who came and workshop them on writing skills. But since after COVID, we haven't. Hence, I'm saying from this year, we are roping in some people to come and assist us, because we now want to publish their stories. We also have roped in one of the professors from the English department. But this thing has been going on of the short stories, and is the Northeastern region is the only region in all the regions of Unilisa that's doing it. And even the principal last year was saying, Miss Mukhel, this thing must be done for the whole university. And also Professor Ngwepe is saying, no, the main library has to be involved. We're still trying to work on it to see, maybe we will start it small with the main campus, the main library, and maybe also I'll try and talk to you guys from Information Science Department to see how you can also assist us in empowering the students. Because the minute they are empowered, these short stories, we might think it's something small, it will take them further and be good writers, because they will end up publishing book chapters, articles, and being able to present as well. But as long as we involve some people who have got the knowledge and the skills of integrating the academic and the practical things, I really appreciate and thank you for that willingness. We'll then discuss maybe towards the end of the day, but I will also send you an email, and I will send the head of the department. Is it Professor Sarumbe? Yes. Yeah, just to indicate what we are doing. And also with the library, if we start this year for next year, I think it will work very well. We'll be well organized next year. May I do this as the last one, as Northeastern region alone. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for that, and also for dodging my question. Okay, it's fine. Ms. Villari, you are online. You will be, please, given an opportunity maybe to engage on how academia can, measure the success of digital literacy program in Society 5.0 there. Please keep it brief, because we are told our time is up.
Thank you. I will give my experience as a lecturer teaching information literacy, which involves digital literacy at United States International University. What I do at the beginning of the semester, I do pre-assessment surveys. So I do an assessment of the literacy levels of my students. So I have a set of questions which they answer. And then at the middle of the semester, I have another assessment to check on their progress. And at the end of the semester, I have a post-assessment to know how far and how much they managed to gain and the improvement all through. And these three assessments are quite different, and the set of questions are completely different. The mid-semester assessment is more of me engaging the students individually, face-to-face, in a very friendly manner, just to know in a conversational way equally how they feel about various aspects of what we've talked about, where they have challenges, and helping them navigate where the challenges are. So besides the traditional measures, like the metrics of attendance, participation, etc., there's also need to check on engagement and the impact of our activities as far as digital literacy is concerned.
Thank you very much for that, colleagues. I want to thank the panel for being here, for being brave enough to take the questions and, discuss and provide, workable solutions. For those of us who are here, we are free to, engage them further on this platform and on other related questions. Ms. Villari online, we want to also thank you for participating. That is our time up, colleagues. Thank you very much for being here. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I think, there's so many things to collaborate on, and it's lovely to hear what you're all doing. We're on time in the sense that we did start at 9, but we will try to catch up. But at least the video is ready, so it's quite exciting. I'm just going to repeat the students' names again in case we forgot. And it is Tandolwetu Mabaso, Zainab van Blark, and Lina Msiza. Thank you very much. Over to the technical team. Thank you, Becky.
Good day, everyone. We'll present Zizi's quiz, but before we get into that, we'll do introductions. I'm Zainab, and I'm studying part-time at Unilisa, diploma in IT. I'm also a self-taught game developer as well as an artist. Lina, you can start your introduction. Lina, you might be mute.
Oh, so sorry. Good day, everyone. My name is Lina Msiza. I'm currently a student at Unilisa doing my third year in BA, Sociology and Communication Sciences. My role is that of a writer, a researcher, and an administrator for the team. Over to you, Tando.
Good day, everyone. My name is Tandolwetu Mabaso. I am the visual designer of Zizi's Quest. I am also the co-programmer, but I prefer to stick to the aesthetics. I am currently doing a Bachelor of Arts in Information Sciences and Communication Sciences. I'm doing my second year in Unilisa. Back to Zainab.
Okay, now we've got introductions out of the way, and we go through the agenda. So we'll be speaking about the birth of Zainab, where it all started, the storytelling, as well as the conceptual presented by Lina. Then we have the evolution of Zizi's Quiz. So there's the version 1 and version 2. The version 2 is a 3D game, and the version 1 is a top-down 2D game. Then we have the mechanics, level design tool presented by me. We also have visual and future plans, and that will be presented by Tando. Sometimes all it takes is one opportunity to set something big in motion. So I feel like that resonates with us mostly because it all started with a simple hackathon. It was hosted by HP Gaming Garage, and we came third place. We went to Rage Expo, which was located in Joburg, and we presented there. Next thing you know, we went to the summit, the African Digital Humanities Summit, and that's how Zenita was born. A fun fact is Zenita was made with a combination of our names. So this brings out the unity and originality within us. I'll now be handing it over to Lina, who will be going through the storytelling and the concept.
Okay, thank you, Zainab. Everyone, I prepared a video for the narrative of the game. So, Zainab, please play the video for us.
In the aftermath of a forgotten war, the land is silent, broken. Yet beneath the rubble, the whispers of ancestors still call. Zizi, a lone seeker, journeys across a fractured South Africa, separated from her family, from her roots, but not from her purpose. Guided by the spirits of those who came before, Zizi must reclaim forgotten traditions, revive sacred knowledge, and piece together her shattered world. She embarks on a quest to restore harmony and reunite with her family. Zizi will not stand alone. With newfound allies, she fights not just for survival, but for the spirit of the land itself. Zizi meets allies including Nora, the healer, a wise woman skilled in herbal medicine, providing healing and wisdom to Zizi. Byum, the warrior, a strong Zulu woman from a family of warriors, teaching Zizi combat techniques and strategy. Nobu, the thief, a resourceful Ndebele girl skilled in stealth, assisting Zizi with agility and intelligence during their escapades. She and her friends traverse various biomes, each with tests. In the dying jungle, she learns to embrace and harness her spiritual powers activated by an abandoned shrine on ancestral ground. In the scorched sands radioactive desert, she navigates ancient ruins under harsh conditions while also battling bandits. In the sacred mountains, she faces spirit trials that test her courage and wisdom. The ancestors speak, teaching her resilience, unity, and the strength of heritage, but shadows rise. Ancient evils seek to erase the past, to sever the bond between people and culture, which is key to defeating it. On her quest, Zizi learns of the Shadow Council, a dark entity threatening the land due to a broken pact between humanity and nature. She confronts her fears, realizing that the battle extends beyond the physical. Building the skills, growth and learning, Zizi acquires vital skills, including combat techniques, problem solving to outsmart predators, and diplomacy to engage with misunderstood creatures. Confronting the Shadow Council. Zizi and her allies face the Shadow Spirit in a climactic battle. By using a family talisman to channel the connection between humanity and nature, they weaken the evil. After defeating the Shadow Spirit, Zizi encourages her community to sustain a respectful relationship with nature, restoring balance and flourishing spirits in the land. Zizi, reunited with her family, returns to her village a hero, celebrated for her bravery and lessons. Zizi's quest is more than just a game, it's an act of cultural preservation. Through digital humanities, we aim to preserve African narratives by embedding folklore, oral traditions, and cultural symbolism into the game's world. Challenge Eurocentrism, many games prioritize Western stories. Zizi's quest shifts the focus, placing African identity at the center. Reimagine heritage, the game reinterprets traditional stories within a modern and interactive format.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought I really enjoyed the video of the narrative of the game. So right now we'll be going through an overview of the game. The title of the game is Zizi's Quest, Spirits of the Land. The genre is action adventure, RPG. The setting of the game, is a post-apocalyptic South Africa blending natural beauty, cultural heritage, and supernatural elements. Our objective is the intercolored culture is to create a game I'm so sorry. Okay, let's go through the theme. The theme of the game is resilience. Zizi overcomes both external dangers and internal struggles. The second one is heritage and unity. The wisdom of the past guides her path forward. And another one is the last one is survival. In a fractured world, cultural identity becomes a tool for survival. Zizi's Quest, Spirits of the Land is an action adventure RPG set in a post-apocalyptic South Africa, focusing on a young girl named Zizi, as we have seen on the on the video. This game is an educational game, right? It has a cultural presentation. The game serves as a tool to promoting awareness of South African history, customs, and values. By engaging with the game, players learn about the significance of culture, traditions, and the ancestral heritage. This game has an impact on the young generation because it promotes for cultural diversity and it strengthens collective identity among the players. This game also promotes sustainable development and cultural sustainability by fostering a connection to cultural heritage. The game actively contributes to building and promoting cultural identities, which is essential for sustainable development in diverse communities. It also promotes environmental awareness by addressing themes related to environmental degradation within the game, and it encourages players to act sustainably in their lives. It's also crossing the boundaries of geographical and cultural integration. The narrative explores multiple South African cultures, bridging various cultural perspectives and demonstrating the importance of diversity in storytelling. It also aligns with society principles, where the human-centric focus of the game prioritizes human experiences and emotion, emphasizing the importance of cultural heritage and community in the face of social challenges. Our diverse team members bring various skills from information technology, design, and social sciences, showcasing the power of disciplinary collaboration. In conclusion, Zuzu's Quest is more than just a game. It is a narrative-driven exploration of identity, culture, and resilience. It embodies the principles of societal education, interdisciplinary collaboration, and technological innovation. We encourage attendees to explore similar partnership in their works, fostering a collaborative spirit in creating tools that benefit societal advancement. Thank you very much. Over to you, Zena.
Thank you, Lena. So now I'll be showing you a top-down 2D version of ZZ's Quest. This is what we showcased in Rage Expo, as I mentioned earlier.
In a world torn apart, where chaos reigns and shadows creep into every corner, one girl dares to defy destiny. She fights for the ones she loves, for a future worth believing in. Guided by the strength of her ancestors, their whispers echoing through time, she unravels the secrets of her lineage and discovers the unimaginable power within her grasp. But power alone is not enough. She must navigate treacherous lands, confront ancient evils, and face trials that will test her courage, resolve, and heart. She will rise against overwhelming odds. She will challenge fate itself. This is her quest. This is her story. The fate of the world rests in her hands, and she cannot do it alone. Will you stand by her side? Will you help her find the way? The journey begins now.
As you can see here below, this is a prototype game we made based on ZZ's Quest. This is the version 2 we spoke about. As you can see, it now incorporates first-person perspective, where you see through the worlds of the protagonist. This is making the adventure more personal and intense. We also have this foggy, and as you can see the moon on these cliffs, and this adds an eerie atmosphere, and this brings more of an immersive experience to the user. Then we also added a new enemy. Apologies for my pronunciation. Bukuwu. This is our enemy we added. This adds a sense of danger and tension in the game. And then we have the ancestor on the right here. And this is basically the individual that gives Zizi the powers and help her overcome trials. Over to you, Tando.
Thank you, Zainab. So, we decided that the game's visuals should evolve from flat 2D sprites to a complex 3D world of its own. We loved the pixelated version of our game, but we realized that there is a certain level of versatility that is difficult to execute with 2D visuals. We want the environments to evolve from static backgrounds made with tilesets or PNGs to interactive worlds that feel more alive and vibrant. I have utilized Blender for our shift, and it has been an interesting journey, going from drawing movements one frame at a time to becoming a puppet master of a digital character has opened my eyes to the potential of the game. Zizi's Quest draws heavily from indigenous South African art and themes, utilizing vibrant colors, intricate patterns, and symbolic designs that reflect cultural narratives. One of the aspects of the game that will utilize this will be the Ndebele architecture. As you may know, the Ndebele houses have quite a lot of patterns on them, which symbolize many things, which we hope to incorporate. Next slide, please. Each character has its own individual art style of it, in a way. They utilize different characteristics, which will be more engaging and create a more unique aesthetic. Each character, especially Zizi, is designed with distinct features that tell their story. As you can see in this slide, we have concept art of Zizi that I drew up. You can see that she has unique features, such as the green hair and green eyes, that amplifies the narrative. Next slide, please. In this slide, you can see Zizi's ancestor, who will be her guide throughout the game. She will also act as the guide to the players as well. As you can see, I made sure to draw very distinctively South African face paint, whilst also adding additional features to her more mystifying and magical, if I can put it that way. Use of culturally relevant attire, accessories, and expressions convey individual backgrounds and roles. Each character carries items that are symbolic, which reflects their heritage. Next slide, please. As you have seen and heard from Lena, it is set in a post-apocalyptic world. And because of this, I wanted the designs of each environment to reflect that. So the level design inspiration stems off of the environmental decay that has occurred. And unlike the usual environmental crises that we experience in real life, the environmental decay of Zizi's Quest is caused by the main antagonist, which is the Shadow Council. Hence why each environment has very different damage that reflects the sheer severity of the situation. Environments are meticulously crafted to represent various biomes in South Africa. We have the lush jungles, which have not been as affected by the apocalypse. I intend the lush jungles to be the home of the Ndebele people, which will serve as a safe haven for Zizi, and it will reflect a sense of Ubuntu, since they will also accept refugees. The architecture did take some damage in a way. They had to rebuild everything on their own with very limited resources, hence why the buildings will look a bit more improvised as compared to the geometric patterns and proportions that you will see in the Ndebele architecture. We have the radiation wastelands, which is a product of the apocalypse as well. It is a contrasting barren landscape, which has remnants of civilization, incorporating gray hues and orange for a dramatic dystopian effect. We will have the sacred mountains, which is where it will be a very spiritual area, hence why it has a lot of hand-carved stone artifacts, structures, and it will be more inviting for exploration. The details and textures will be more amplified as we will be utilizing Blender, which is a 3D software. They will be more detailed as I do intend on improving the visuals as much as I can. Next slide, please. Cultural significance. I made sure to carefully curate the color palettes to reflect the African architecture. We use warm earth tones such as oranges, browns, and reds to symbolize the earth and heritage. Vibrant accents such as blues, greens, yellows, which you will see a lot in a lot of South African villages and rural areas in real life as well. Emphasis on harmony in color is used to invoke emotions aligned with specific game moments. Next slide, please. So, animations and visual effects. Since the game heavily relies on its stylistic elements, I will ensure that there are fluid animations for character movements, special effects, VFX for interactions such as spell casting, combat, and environmental interactions. And I will also be sure to incorporate cinematic sequences, which will enhance the intention of the game to do storytelling through visuals and through animation. The key narrative moments are portrayed through cutscenes that will blend real-time gameplay and also enhance and expand on the lore of the game. I will accomplish these scenes by using 2D animation and 3D animation, which I will use Blender for both, because you can use 2D, you can make 2D animations in Blender as well. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, the aesthetics are crafted to inspire you, the player, and the youth to want to learn more about different cultures and mythology. I carefully curated how I incorporate specific elements in a way that supports the narrative and respects the player's cultural background, because it is quite an annoyance when a form of media either exaggerates or does not do due diligence to ensure that it's being culturally sensitive and accurate in a way that portrays their people's cultures in a very specific way. Thank you. Back to Zainab.
Thank you, everyone. I really hope you enjoyed our presentation today.
Thank you very much. It's so inspiring. You're all doing what we are talking about, showing what's happening. And these students only met, I think, once they went to get their award for the game that they submitted. They came third on a national level. They did incredibly well. So I think we'll be really proud of them. If there are any burning questions, maybe one before we break. I see the lady here who wants to do some handover. So if there's anything specific, otherwise we can engage afterwards. It's going. And it's going, and it is gone. May the panelists please all come to the stage. The two that were in person. If you want to receive something, I suggest you follow my instructions. Yes, please, a big round. It was such an interesting session. Yes. Being on a panel really puts you on the spot, so I think we should really appreciate the positions they were put in. Thank you. Someone wants to take a picture, not? Yes. Okay. She is. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for being a great audience and your attentive attention. May we try to not more than 10 minutes for the tea time. You're welcome to bring your tea and your eats with you to the table if you feel you need more time for that. So that I won't be the next session chair to entertain you. Will be Ms. Tulisile Lemekwana. Thank you very much.
Ready to start, colleagues? Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Once again, my name is Tuli Lemekwana. I'm from the National Archives, and I will be chairing this session, session 8, under the sub-theme, Partnerships and Collaboration among and between organizations associated with the information science industry to strengthen its impact on society 5.0. Can I just check if Professor Suleiman is already online and ready for the presentation?
I am here. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Prof. Let me just quickly read your bio.
Thank you.
Professor Suleiman is a Hawamde is a Regents Professor in the Department of Information Science, College of Information at the University of North Texas. He is a leading authority in the field of knowledge management and the editor-in-chief of the Journal of Information and Knowledge Management. He founded and directed several academic programs, including the first Master of Science in KM in Asia in the School of Communication and Information at Nanyang Technological University in Singapore, as well as the Master of Science in Data Science at the University of Texas. He served as a department chair and director of the interdisciplinary PhD program in information science from 2010 to 2018. He authored and edited several books in the areas of KM, information science, data analytics, cybersecurity, as well as knowledge governance. He has an extensive industrial and consulting experience, including managing director of the Information Technology Consultant. He has served in the capacity of chair, founding chair, and president of several national and international professional associations, as well as conferences, including International Conference on KM. In 2020, he received the Allies Award for professional contribution to library and information science education. He is also a distinguished member of ASSIST. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a round of applause for Prof. Suleiman Hawamde as he gives us his presentation. Thank you. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you very much, and I'm honored to be invited to attend this conference. I will be speaking on more or less the journey that I had with information science and the information profession in general, and I would elaborate more on what I mean by the information professions as different disciplines come together to form what has become really one of the extraordinary fields in the sense, in the way that it has been expanded and continue to expand. And at the same time, I will talk on the collaboration among different organizations, and I will use a case study in my university of how that collaboration is done, and I'll also give an idea of where the profession is heading, along with some ideas of what constitute actually the information profession. And I hope I can give justice to the title and to the topic as the way the organizers have envisioned what this session will be, but I'll try to do my best. Let me start by sort of giving you an idea where I come from, and sort of, as I said, influenced my career. I started as a physicist. I have a bachelor degree in physics, and what brought me to the information science profession is largely my interest in books and libraries and knowledge, information literacy, and so on. So I worked as a student in the library, which sort of have transformed my interest over time to become more interested in the evolution of the information profession, the introduction of computers. So I sort of, my journey started with the invention of computers, and sort of traveled through time, through all the evolution of the information profession. So this is my website, and these some of the books and journals I edited or published over the years, and I'll talk more specific on some of those things that are relevant to the the topic. This is just sort of, I don't give you an idea of some of the writing that I did over the years, and started with the information and focusing on the information society and how the evolution of societies from agrarians all the way to the information and knowledge society. And I wrote my first textbook was actually on information and knowledge society, and sort of the textbook was written out of the classroom where I used to teach the first class in the master program, information science master program, which focus on providing students with general knowledge, or another way you could think about it, covering areas that affect information and libraries and archives and all things to do with the information profession. So these are some of the writing in the areas of information science. Now the digital divide, the knowledge economy, and all these more or less done at the turn of the century, while I'm actually working in Singapore at that time. And in 2005, I was invited to participate and give a talk at the United Nations Conference of Information Society. And my work at that time, sort of what e-government is and how government could use information in a more efficient and effective way. Today, this book was used as a textbook for a while, and then now the same course, we have an open access actually book, which is the foundation of the information and knowledge professions, that sort of update the earlier book and provide more insights on what has evolved over the years. And it covers a lot of interesting areas that we believe information professionals should know, ranging from privacy, security, copyright, digital publishing, open access. All these topics are covered to sort of ground information science professional and give them sort of the start to be able to relate to the recent development in science and technology and computers and so on. So that brings us to the topic of Society 5.0. So what is Society 5.0? Again, those terms keeps evolving. We keep throwing a lot of terms here and there, but in a nutshell, sort of the transformation of society from agrarians all the way to what I more term it right now, we're actually in the knowledge economy, and therefore we're really in the knowledge society. So Society 5.0 sort of envisioned the integration of the virtual space and the real space, in a sense that all these things coming together and becoming one. In the past, we talked about developing those things and looking at them and seeing whether these things will work or not, where we're going, and sort of. Today, with the advances in AI and meta-universe and all of these things, we could see actually more and more application, real-time application to those things. So the question now becomes where information professional stands from this, and what is the role of the information professionals? How do we prepare our students for the future? Whether you term it as a Society 5.0, we term it as the knowledge society, what what is our role as an information professional in the whole of this. And interestingly, I was asked ChatGPT, which we all now, the excitements about AI and how AI transforming things, but I asked ChatGPT to generate an image of what 5.0 is. And this is what ChatGPT generated as what 5.0 is about, which is again sort of the integration of the real space with the real world. And sort of looking at what are the key enabling technologies that makes that happen. Again, we look at artificial intelligence, we look at cloud computing, we look at Internet of Things, big data, robotic, some of the things that are sort of shaping the future and the image of what we term as society 5.0. And in light of that, this does not come out of vacuum. So over the years, and if you all remember, we all worked with those initiatives about the national information infrastructure, and I worked with those, seen them developed and implemented, not just developed, but implemented. A lot of countries around the world at the turn of the century, 1990, late 1980s and 1990, people start to realize that we are actually getting closer and closer to the information and knowledge society. And the big interest was about largely about the knowledge economy and the intangible assets and the valuation of what you see today of corporations, which far exceeds the valuation of real asset or physical asset organization. That sort of broadened the idea that we're moving into a new era, and we have to be ready for that, which basically countries start to look at, are we ready? Do we have the infrastructure set up to take advantage of all these development? So as a result, there were several initiatives around that time, and I listed some of these initiatives that happen as yearly, and I worked with one of those, which is the vision of the Intelligent Island, the IT 2000, which at that time I was residing and working in Singapore, and I had the opportunity to work with Singapore Library 2000, where they funded the library and transformed the libraries in preparation for what they envision will be the knowledge economy. So that brings us to the evolution of the information profession over the last almost 50 years. We've seen that evolution took place, and if we look at some historical development of the information profession, most of it happens around the 19th and 20th century, and in the way that the early work on documentations, on bibliographic information was really the start of the information as we know the history of the information science. But the real change toward what become known as the information science is happened in the mid 19th century, where for example, in 1945, when Vannevar Bush published the famous article, As We May Think, in the Atlantic, which sort of was visionary in a sense that predicted, or it was many see it as the foundation for what become the web, basically, which is transit into hypertext, and then into hyperlinks, the way we use them today. Another significant development was in 1948 when Claude Shannon, an engineer, published a paper titled Mathematical Theory of Communication, in which they sort of have a big impact on the information science in terms of sort of establishing as a discipline with the theory, and that's where we start to see research grounded in theory and information science, which is considered important because prior to that, the profession was largely more practitioner, professional, and sort of that the beginning of a new era. In 1950s, Calvin Moore coined the term information retrieval, which then followed by a long period of time where information retrieval transformed the way people access and retrieve information. I'm one of the people who sort of come at that era in the 80s and worked with information retrieval. I worked with full text retrieval system, free text retrieval system back then. There was no internet. We used to work on mainframe computers, then later on microcomputers with very limited capacity. I remember working on 386 computers with 40 megabyte hard disks. And at that time, it's wow, we got a 40 megabyte hard disk. Compared to what we have today, you can see the big difference in that. But all the work that was done in the 60s and 70s on information retrieval actually set the stage to all the things that we do today with Google, with indexing, with the way we retrieve and manage information. And around the 90s, we had the sort of the second transformation that was happening, which was ability to scan, OCR, and convert images to text. Now, until 1990, all information systems were limited to bibliographic data, and we did not have full text documents on the system. In fact, for me to be able to run the experiment that I did as part of my doctorate studies at that time, I had to go around and collect PhD student dissertation that were actually written in line editor on a mainframe computer and work with very limited number of documents. But the invention of scanning and OCR accelerated the conversion of text, and then we start to see digitally born information that accelerate exponentially. And sort of the turn of the century, around 2000, we see another evolution in the information profession in terms of branding. We've seen that more and more we're starting to see schools start to reconfigure themselves in line with the development in technology and so on. And you're all familiar with what the information profession domain is, but then also what constitutes an information profession. We all know the library and information science, but we start to see the move toward information science, which is a more integrated discipline, interdisciplinary field that attracted people. And I should mention that in the 70s and 80s, there was a lot of work done on information retrieval and with collaboration with librarians and libraries and so on. But major players in the field were from outside disciplines, from statistics, from math, from biology, from chemistry, from physics, who convert on this area as they see how computerization can contribute to their fields in the first place. So if you're a chemist or a biologist or a physicist and so on, you're thinking of information from that angle, or an engineer, and you're seeing how would, starting with library classification and cataloging and so on, which sort of nobody learn attention to those except librarians until computers were invented. And then people from other fields says, oh yeah, there is something there. And we started to look into ways to expand that and take into further, where librarians did excellent job on defining subject headings, control indexing, and control authorities. You all know those things. But the information scientists took it further to say we could work with unconstrained boundaries, where we could do free text, we could do full text. There is sort of expansion in the profession, and as a result, we see more and more disciplines evolve. So in addition to library information science, we see knowledge management comes up, we saw data science comes up. And if we kind of sort of look at what really constitutes or the foundation to all this, we could look at it as three things: data, information, and knowledge. And with the relationship between these three is what makes difference in the way we look at the evolution of those professions. Now, this also created room. Yes.
Can you hear me? Apologies, you have 10 minutes left.
Yeah, okay. I'll speed up and that sort of things. So this sort of gives you an idea where information science is. So moving on to sort of giving the idea that information profession is wider, the information professions is rather wider than library and information science, is wider than information science. It's sort of expanded to include knowledge management and data science and so on, and it's still sort of evolving and expanding. This also changed the landscape of education. The sort of in sort of information and knowledge society, a lot of things have changed, and therefore, sort of there is now a wider availability of and accessibility to information, which makes us going from sort of the classical traditional classroom to now more open environment, to open access online and so on. So how is the information profession is changing? There are a lot of challenges that face the information profession. Sort of at some points we had, if you all remember, declining enrollment, outdated curriculum, change marketplace. All these things were sort of happening as a result of change and advances in technology. While those are the challenges are increasing, there are also opportunities. The number of opportunities include expanding role and responsibilities, collaboration across disciplines, collaboration across areas of expertise, competing professions, emerging competing professions, as I mentioned, and has also change in the way things are done with digitization, curation, accessibility, and all. More important is there is also an opportunity now to look at a more innovative pedagogies. So I'm going to just touch a little bit on one aspects of the change in the way that we could project and take information science into a different level and increase collaboration among those things is one of the things we did at the University of North Texas. We have an interdisciplinary PhD program in information science at the Department of Information and Library Science. The program is one of the largest information science programs in the country with more than 80 students enrolled in the program. It's an interdisciplinary curriculum with emphasis on grounding students in information science. It offers face-to-face and online. The mission of the program is to provide Center for Excellence for Doctoral Education. They develop schools are passionate about the role of information, nurture critical and reflective thinking, and promote cross-disciplinary thinking, research, and foster environment of substantive and productive mentoring and scholarship. This program is an interesting one because the program offers several concentrations. The students will graduate with a PhD in information science with concentration in cybersecurity, data science, computational linguistics, health informatics, journalism, consumer and behavior experience, geospatial information science, and knowledge management. That time I was the director of the program and also the department chair for the information science department, and I pushed to create all these concentration into the program, and that done with a collaboration with other departments. So these are examples of the department that we work with. Some of these departments have a PhD program, some of them don't. So if the department didn't have a PhD program, there was an incentive for their faculty to come in and work with the faculty in our department and then mentor students. We offer scholarships across all these departments. The university actually offered tuition benefits and also employment as teaching assistant and research assistant for students enrolled in the PhD program across all these departments. So there is sort of incentive for faculty to collaborate and work together. So every department has a sort of own a concentration in the program. The program resides in the Department of Information Science, but most of these departments have sort of ownership in one of those concentrations. So information science education trends, where we going with the profession in general, moving from traditional predefined task function with increasing complexity, uncertainty level to competence, to more toward knowledge, skills, and attitude, increased focus on competencies and marketable skills, expanding and enhancing the curriculum, reducing the number of required courses in favor of giving students more flexibility in choosing electives and strengthening specialization. Again, this is important because as information science evolves as an interdisciplinary field, it is very important to have the flexibility that allow this concentration and students able to customize program according to their need. Very important to ground the students in theory and research. So to be able to move with the advances that are taking place to a certain degree, there is technical and non-technical involved. So if you look at AI today, there is technical things that people need to move with, but there is a lot of opportunities for non-technical in terms of ethical, social, behavioral. A lot of those things do exist. So just to give you an idea with some of the things that I think are sort of important nowadays, which is, for example, this is just an example of combating misinformation using social noise and social entropy as a measure of uncertainty. This types of research is to ground students into theory, at the same time address some of the emerging serious issues that as the information profession is concerned with. So this is just an example of, these are some of the publications where my students who actually work on this published. It's a group of students that worked around this topic. And if we kind of look back to social entropy, back to Claudia Shannon, for example, information theory and so on, and how do you connect those things together to give sort of fair way for us to address and at the same time collaborate with others around the idea of advancing the information profession. With that, I conclude. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for that wonderful presentation. Thank you so much, Prof. Suleiman. Please stay on the line. We're going to check if we have comments or questions on the floor and online. Already there was a very fast hand there. Can I please get the mic? Is there another hand, colleagues, while we get the mic to Professor Fombat? Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, Professor Suleiman. I'm sure it's about 3 a.m. there now in America.
It's 4
a.m. Okay.
4:50.
Thank you so much. Thank you for making time to talk to us and for such an insightful presentation where you've taken us to the history of information science and to where we are today. And it's very interesting because back in the days in 2000, you were on information society, information knowledge management. That's where you were, and you are the authority in that area. And now you've moved, and now you are the authority now in knowledge management and Society 5.0. So you are actually the father of information science. We are really impressed and happy with this presentation. Thank you so much. And your curriculum that you showed, as telling us, yes, our discipline is an interdisciplinary one, particularly now in 5.0. Your curriculum is a PhD. It's a PhD one. So yes. I want to ask a question. Is it your PhD? Does it involve coursework? Yeah, okay. Then my second question is, how will you advise us, because we don't have a curriculum that involves coursework, what will you, some of the things you will help us now in our own curriculum here that for an undergraduate curriculum in a multidisciplinary information science setting? So 2 questions.
Yes,
your PhD, does it involve coursework? And then some tips for us, if we have to look at our curriculum now that your language has changed from information society and all that to now living with the times. But thank you once more for making time for us, Professor Suleiman. And yeah.
Thank you for the question. I think this is a very good question because I did my PhD in Sheffield, the University of Sheffield in England, and there was no coursework. So I'm familiar with, more coursework. But in the US, they require coursework. And the advantage of, there's an advantage and disadvantage, and that's why I emphasize the flexibility in what students and how they can customize this coursework to their advantage. So in a sense, the disadvantages of coursework is, of course, you gotta, take a bunch of courses that sometimes might not relate to your research, but it is required. And the advantage of it is that if these classes were actually nicely or organized and created in a way that allow the students to take the courses that benefit them in their research, then they can be very useful. So in a sense, like for example, if you are working with theories and you have not taken classes in methodology and theories, then it's really very hard for you to do research in sort of and not impossible, but it's just easier if you have taken some classes and have the prior knowledge of what theory to use and how to use it, and basically got that help along the way. So yes, our program does have coursework required, but we tried as much as possible to make it flexible so that students will only take the classes that sort of they perceived and their advisor perceived that they are useful to their research, to help them with their research. So there is a core foundation, 4 classes that are considered core foundation, which is intended to ground the students in information science, introduce the discipline to them, ground them in what is information science, how is the evolution of the profession, what is information society, what is in society 5.0, how we got here. That is included in those 4 classes. Beyond that, the students can then work with their advisors to customize courses according to their concentration that they are in, and closely with the research topic they have. So if they're doing something more into data science, then they can take data science classes and so on.
Thank you, Prof. Do we have any more questions or comments from the floor? Were you answered, Professor Fombet?
Prof, my second question. Now, in this era of 5.0 and the changing, and how information science has changed, now that we don't have coursework for PhDs, for our undergraduate, what are some of the things you will tell us what are some of the key issues to touch if we have to just look at our curriculum now, the topical things to engage our curriculum with at the undergraduate level?
Yes, I think if you don't have the courses at the PhD level, then I would look more closely at the master level to make sure that students at the master level sort of got classes that align with where the profession is going, what is happening. Again, it's very important to have a relevant sort of innovative curriculum. So I would guess that if you have enough courses offered at the master level, then maybe PhD students are encouraged to take classes that might benefit their research. That would be then the way to go to address the lack of courses at the PhD level.
Thank you, Prof. It doesn't seem like we have any more questions or comments from the floor. Do we have any online? It does not seem like, okay, we don't have any comments or questions online. Thank you once again, Prof. Can we please just give him one last round of applause?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues, moving right along, we have the next presentation from Teresa De Young as well as Glenda Kotza. I hope that I'm pronouncing your names correctly. And the title of their presentation is a collaborative framework for super smart astronomy, library, and information services within the National Research Foundation. Can we give them a warm welcome? There's a presentation, but they will be projecting it in case you want to move it and just
press the down arrow.
Yes, yes.
You just press the down arrow.
Yes, but the team will also assist in projecting. Over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we've got the presentation going. Well, first of all, I would like to just introduce myself.
Let's just make it on slideshow.
Yeah. I'm definitely not Teresa De Young. That is my good friend and colleague sitting here with me. I'm actually Glenda Kotza from the Radio Astronomy Observatory, the South African Radio Astronomy Observatory. And yes, it's such an honor to be here. And I also would just like to thank the Social Organizing Committee as well as the Scientific Organizing Committee for organizing this wonderful event for us. We've really been saturated with Society 5.0 and artificial intelligence. And we definitely are going to go home with a lot of knowledge to share with other colleagues and peers. Sorry, I was actually thinking this will be done for me. All right, so on the first day of the conference, a colleague from America introduced us to the concept of drones and AI and the dangers that's involved with using that type of technology. And yesterday, Prof told us a little bit more about nature conservation and how AI and Society 5.0 is involved in that. And navigation was also a big discussion yesterday, which I also thought was very interesting, seeing that in astronomy, navigation is a very important aspect of astronomy. Professor Stella's talk this morning also emphasized the importance of librarians aligning themselves with a new super smart society. And that is, to me, a personal take home that is very important. Okay, the rise of technology and developments in technology change the way that users are requiring information and also the manner in which library information service is providing these resources and services. And this also brings then again new challenges and opportunities for librarians. The concept of smart libraries, which we've now heard quite a lot about, has been introduced as an offshoot of the idea from the Japanese super smart society's philosophy. The libraries of the past worked in silos and were often entrenched in bureaucratic mindsets and also worked in isolation. And that also hindered, obviously, progress and development for libraries. Oops, sorry. Today we would like to present to you a new initiative that's on the horizon. We are busy with a study. It's a multi-institutional study, that is, where the idea of a super smart library information services within the niche area of astronomy libraries were introduced. And the two astronomy libraries that I am now actually talking about, I just want to re-emphasize that is actually the South African Radio Astronomy Library and then the South African Astronomical Observatory Library. And the approach that's following in the study aligns and integrates well with the One NRF business philosophy adapted in 2017, and is also part of the NRS Vision 2030. Okay, so the aim of the study, first of all, we wanted to examine the library information landscape of SARAO and SAAO, and then design a framework for collaboration between the astronomy libraries. And then if all goes well, we would like to extend the framework to the other national libraries, national facilities libraries of the NRF to create a super smart library information system. So SARAO and SAAO has similar collections, we have similar users, we have similar practices, and we also have similar software. And yet, we are still operating as individual libraries in silos, and that's a pity. And we want to change that. We all know the risks of working in silos, and I'm just going to pick a few out from the list that I've got on the slide. First of all, it's very pricey. It's really a problem when one has to have the same collection and you pay the same amount of money from the same pot of money, and yet with increases and exchange rates and that sort of thing, your pot is just getting smaller. And my friend is standing right with me. And then it obviously duplicating efforts and that sort of thing is also a problem. And then what it also happens is one often gets to that situation where you feel like you are alienated. And we've all heard that saying that says we suffer in silence. And that's basically what happens with that.
Thanks, Glenda. So I'm going to go over the research methodology. So the study that we did was an institutional study with the two NRF astronomical facilities. So the study was philosophically situated in an interpretive paradigm, and we adopted this qualitative exploratory approach because obviously we wanted to get rich data to enable us to draw up this draft framework that we were hoping we could start implementing within the NRF. And the research received ethics clearance from both the SAAO and the SARAO, and the population of interest were the librarians and the users of the two libraries. So we used a census of the librarians, there are only two librarians, and then we did a non-probability sample of 8 individuals working at these two facilities so that we could gather different perspectives for this draft proposal. So the data were collected through semi-structured interviews, and it was transcribed and analyzed thematically using the Braun and Charles 6-phase approach, and the outcomes I will just present. So the findings, you'll see two figures over here. So the participants came with a wealth of experience of between 5 and 34 years, reinforcing the validity of what their opinions that we were trying to grasp. So in figure 1, it provides evidence of the diversity of the sample that we selected purposefully. And you can see there that many of the, or 30% of the sample were astronomers, and astronomers make up about 21 out of 423 at SARAO, and they make up 31 out of 205 of the staff members of the SAAO. So given the fact that the astronomers were in the majority in our sample, it's not surprising that the primary roles that they assigned to themselves were that of research and operations mainly, and that can be seen on figure 2. However, when they were asked to allocate their percentages to the activities on a daily basis, we found that the everyday activities displayed that research was a very little bit part of their daily activities, and they saw research as actually writing up their research reports or their journals. But everyday activities such as administrative duties and then operations seemed to surface as taking up most of the time. Nevertheless, the data does give a full presentation of the number of activities that does take place in an astronomical facility such as these two. And it hints at possible new activities that we can explore in the future based on what they are actually doing during the day. And so if we look at this slide, we see participants were also asked here to identify the resources that were currently being offered by the libraries, and we see where the resources overlap. So that was what we aim to do. We want to identify where the services overlap so that we can look at possible communal nodes for collaboration in our framework. And we identified services that did not overlap as well, so those that are not ticked. And that could also give us some idea of how we can expand across the two libraries. So unanimously, the participants felt that e-journals were the most useful and that the least useful for them happened to be interlibrary loans. And so this represents the result of the study's first priority, which was to examine the current LIS landscape between the two libraries. Continuing with the findings, so the next priority of this study was to design a framework for collaboration between the two libraries, and the participants were prompted using open-ended questions to suggest future services in LIS that could be offered to them. They came up with 23 of these suggestions, which we refined into these 10 themes, resulting in this figure. And here's another depiction of those 10 themes on the right. And on the left would be the refined themes and then the suggested services, the 23 services they suggested. And these are all very, very important to us for the study because it was going to feed into the nodes of our new collaborative framework. If I'm just going to look at two of these very quickly. So for productivity measures, I'm going to give you a quote of what the participants would say about these things. So for productivity measurements, that somebody said a lot of effort has been placed on developing software pipelines and instrument interfaces in astronomy. And in a way, you would want to be able to reference those. And so you can imagine the kind of productivity repositories that they are requiring. And they are looking at us as library information service professionals as playing a role in that. And then you have at the bottom, I'm just going to go right down to special dissemination using AI. And Professor Tuller, he spoke there a little bit about personalized knowledge services just before us. And this is in the same vein. So somebody said, I want an intelligence that will tell me what has been published from some obscure conference proceeding, an artificial intelligence that can process this into information and extract relevant information and tailor-make it for us as scientists. And so these 10 themes, we need to keep them in mind because they are going to provide valuable input into our framework. And so this is what the framework looks like. This is a draft framework, and it envisages one smart NRF LIS in the middle. And this is relevant because the smart LIS is going to be very relevant to the community's needs as we had collected their input. The literature, for example, Schroepel of 2018, around the topic of smart libraries, they define dimensions of smart libraries as being smart technology, smart services, smart people, smart governance, smart places, all adapting to Society 5.0. And so as part of this draft framework, one NRF smart LIS is nested right in the center of that. And around it, we have smart governance. And smart governance is really important because that is the starting block of our framework of moving forward. It involves things like clear goals, management support, MOUs, shared decision making, and so forth. And then around the sides, you will see we have our current services that they have actually identified, and where the overlaps are or the non-overlaps. We're keeping that in place, and we are going to adapt that to see how we can use technology to better the service. Then we've drawn from 3 of the dimensions of a smart library, particularly smart people, plus smart services, and smart technology. And feeding into those are, if you look at the little boxes around them, you'll see that those are the actual suggestions being made by the users around what kind of future services they would want, seeing coming from the LIS, the super smart LIS, between the astronomy libraries. And so just to go back to our recommendations and to just focus on that. So here we see again those suggestions that have been made by the users. And the recommendation going forward now is that we look at these notes, we look at these suggestions, and we work on how collaboration can happen between the 2 libraries, determining what technology tools we can use to enable these and the current library services. The key, and as Professor Suleiman said just before us, the key enabling technologies that we can actually use to make this happen within the NRF. So this includes determining how this will be implemented and working on the broader needs analysis of the entire 2 facilities, not just this little small study that we've done to start off on the draft framework. So expanding into a smart LIS for astronomy libraries within the NRF.
Okay, thanks, Teresa. In conclusion then, libraries are vital institutions which contribute to society as a whole. As Society 5.0 continues to evolve, libraries will undoubtedly adapt and remain indispensable. Libraries will continue to expand horizons, explore new ideas, and connect people. Library collaboration is a powerful tool, maximizing the potential of individual libraries, jointly improving their collaborative impact while contributing to the greater good of the community they serve. With collaboration, libraries remain pillars of education, research, and community interaction in the 5th Industrial Revolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies, that was a very interesting and informative presentation, and all the best with your study. Colleagues, there is a slight change in the program. According to the program, we are supposed to have Dr. Spamandla Mncube on the title Artificial Intelligence Strategies and so on. This presentation has been replaced by a presentation by, I hope you are ready, Fisachi Mandisa, Kwanele Mazibuko, Asanda Shezi, Xolisile Nhleko, Princess Makanya, Sandisiwe Fakute, Chantel Jamir, Melusi Mwelase, Lindelwe Yizizwe Manqele from the DUT, and the title of their presentation is An Informative Chatbot-Based Real-Time Irrigation for Farmers through an IoT Fork-Based Prototype. And they're supposed to be joining us online. Can I just check if they are ready? I'm not sure who is presenting between the 9 of them, but if any of them are joining online, they can just unmute and indicate if they are ready for the presentation.
Yes, we're ready. I don't know if I'm audible.
Yes, we can hear you now. Over to you. You have 15 minutes.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Is my screen appearing? Can we see my screen?
Yes, we can see your presentation.
Okay, thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mandisa Fasahi, and I am honored to be presenting a research on an informative chatbot-based real-time irrigation for farmers through an IoT fork-based prototype. These are the authors. Yes, and this is my presentation outline. A study by Nezatich opens up by making us understand that agriculture plays a vital role in the livelihoods of rural communities in South Africa. And the emerge of innovative technologies, how they've assisted in this agricultural industry. However, many farmers, if not few, face a few challenges, particularly in irrigation management. Looking into Jojo's study, where they deal or they help us understand or they break down the challenges, the different challenges that rural farmers face, which are inadequate systems, poverty, lack of expertise, and even limited access to advanced technology, which do hinder the ability to optimize crop yields. This research then seeks to bridge that gap by developing an affordable, user-friendly, informative solution that empowers farmers with real-time data-driven irrigation insights. The aim of the study or the research is to design, to develop, and evaluate an informative chatbot-based real-time irrigation for farmers through an IoT fork-based prototype. The objectives are to review the current existing approaches for detecting soil moisture content and also identify the limitations. It's to then design and develop a chatbot-based prototype that provides farmers with real-time, step-by-step irrigation guidance based on soil moisture sensor data. Lastly, it's to then evaluate the effectiveness, the accuracy, and the user-friendliness of the chatbot-based irrigation system in rural farming conditions. To develop a highly accessible and effective solution, this research utilizes the design science research methodology. This methodology is particularly well suited for the creation and improvement of prototypes that usually respond to the real-world challenges, making it a perfect fit for the objectives of this study. Following the design science research, we look at the problem identified, which are the challenges that rural farmers face in irrigation management due to limited resources, high technology cost, lack of technical knowledge, you name it. So the study, to address these challenges, this study develops or proposes a system or a prototype that is cost effective and uses IoT fork-based that to integrate soil moisture sensors. A cost-effective and informative IoT fork-based prototype, which also provides engaging information on the steps that farmer needs to use to follow and enhance irrigation through a chatbot. This chatbot is trained using data from reputable journals and agricultural sources, ensuring that farmers receive relevant, easy to understand information on soil management and crop irrigation. One of the data sources that was fed into this AI agent was a data set from Kaggle, which provides insights on suitable crops for different soil types and the suitable soil moisture level for each of these soil types. What this does, it helps us further assist farmers, or the agent to further assist farmers in their decision-making process. A few of the technologies that were used to develop this prototype We can say that the integration of the soil moisture sensors with the Arduino and the Raspberry Pi to make fog computing possible helped collect real-time data on the soil moisture levels. And through this informative chatbot, which was developed or trained using voice flow, farmers were provided with a step-by-step guidance on optimizing irrigation practices. This prototype successfully enables real-time monitoring, reducing unnecessary water usage, and also improving irrigation efficiency. Farmers can now determine when and how much water to use, thereby enhancing productivity and conserving resources. The use of the chatbot is to help them, is to provide them with tailored advice on also how to improve the quality of the soil. However, despite the success of this prototype, the current system does provide actionable irrigation recommendation. However, it lacks predictive analysis capabilities. The absence of advanced machine learning models means that the system does not yet factor in historical soil moisture data, weather conditions, and also future moisture trends. So looking ahead, our goal is to enhance the system by incorporating advanced machine learning algorithms. By analyzing historical irrigation patterns, weather conditions, and even the soil moisture levels, the aim is to develop a predictive model that will provide even more accurate and proactive irrigation recommendations. This advancement will further support farmers in making informed, data-driven decisions that not only maximizes efficiency, but also sustainability. In conclusion, our research demonstrates that an affordable and user-friendly IoT fog-based prototype can significantly enhance irrigation management for rural farmers. And by integrating real-time data collection with chatbot-driven recommendations and offer practical solution on an ongoing challenges, while also bringing in this predictive analytics, this system has the potential to revolutionize irrigation practices, leading to improved agricultural productivity and also sustainable water usage. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mandisa. That was informative. Colleague Society 5.0 is here. In all industries, all society, it's important that we are not left behind. Thank you. That was very informative. Without wasting any more time, and please do stay on the line, Mandisa. We are going to be taking questions after the two presentations that are to follow. And colleagues, I hope that you are taking notes and writing down your questions and comments. The next presentation is from Professor Zimu Biela, and the title is Benefits and Limitations of Transformative Agreements of Academic Libraries in South Africa. Over to you. Can we give her a warm welcome, please?
Is it fine? 15 minutes. Yes. Not 20. Okay. PowerPoint presentation mode, yeah? Yes, yes. Thank you for the opportunity. As you have seen, the title of my presentation is Benefits and Limitations of Transformative Agreements of Academic Libraries in South Africa. And the outline I'm covering transformative agreements versus transformational agreement, historical involvement of transformative agreement, problem statement, purpose and objectives, benefits and limitations, theoretical framework, research methodology, conclusion and recommendations. Firstly, I would like to indicate what triggered the interest on this topic. I have two important reasons. One, I have worked as a cataloger for more than 2 decades, cataloging librarian. And prior to that, I worked as a school librarian for 10 years. So I am 30 years in the practical industry. Before I came to Unilisa to join the academic ranks, I'm less than 10 years in the academic ranks, so you can gauge my age that the system is about to kick me out. So, but I'm happy that throughout the process, there has been progress. And then the second reason for adopting this topic, it came after I attended Fisole retreat in 2024, last year, where it transpired that South Africa's academic libraries, who are members of the SENLIC, I believe, have invested about 800 million behind this transformative agreement. And it triggered my attention. What is the return on investment if our country has invested such a lot of money? You can think retrospectively, how much has our retrospectively invested in journal subscription, because this is related to journal subscription. Think retrospectively, if in 2024, because the report for 2024 has not come out, if in 2023, the investment was 800 million, before this transformative agreement came into action, how much was the country spending retrospectively? That is why I said I'm going to research about this topic. I want to know, what are these transformative agreements? They described it differently. This topic has got many nuances or gray areas, and it has got many conflicting views. When you read about it, you find that there are so many conflicting views. But what are these transformative agreements all about? It is described as a strategy which is used to shift contracted payment from a library or group of libraries to a publisher away from subscription-based reading towards open access publishing, meaning that initially those who have been in the system of library science, the practitioners, they know about the journal crisis or open access crisis, because that is a crisis which has been haunting libraries since the 1970s. Before 1990, when the open access movement came into fruition or came into action. So, in short, this is the movement of subscription-based articles from that closed collection to open access. They call it in other libraries Okay, other authors explain this transformative agreement as an umbrella term that is used to describe different kinds of scholarly communication contracts, such as offsetting. What the publishers tell us, they tell us that this transformative agreement, it's meant to repurpose the funds which are sitting behind the paywalls or behind subscription-based model to open access model. Why then do we have to pay for article processing charges if they're moving those articles from closed or from subscription-based model to article processing model or to open access? Meaning that it goes back to what the libraries have been crying or lamenting about, that double dipping issue, because they're using non-disclosure clauses. They don't want libraries to share information so that they can know how they can minimize cost when they are subscribing to these models, whether it's open access or whether it's a subscription-based model, which actually is underpinned by number of models again: read-only access, read and publish access, or publish and read. Why non-disclosure clauses? Okay, let me run quickly because I'm told I'm left with only 10 minutes. The types of these transformative agreement: we have pre-transformative agreement, partially transformative, fully transformative. There is an overlap in between these. The pre-transformative agreement is the subscription-based, the old one that we know about in libraries. But the partially transformative is the one that most libraries currently use because it's a hybrid one, where publishers allow libraries to move their articles or some specific number of articles to open access, yet they are sitting in a closed or subscription-based journal. Okay? So the fully transformative agreement allows unlimited open access to the publication of the scholarly output. But have we moved to fully open access? Not as yet, because this is a business-based model which uses value proposition of the publishers at the expense of the customers. Okay, then let me move. You know, you're working, you are practitioners, you know that these open access are underpinned by these color code roots, which I'm not going to dwell on because you know about them. But the less developed countries are opting for the hybrid model or diamond model, because the diamond model will allow libraries to have full access on open access, maybe which is funded by the funders, if there are any funders who are available to help. Okay, what are the advantages of open access? We all know the advantages of open access: the strengthening research capacities in all nations. Open access can help in resolving the deep knowledge gap between the developed and developing countries, creation of global knowledge, high citation indexes. Each index of the institution will heighten if we're using open access. Without open access or research access, it will be difficult to achieve the UN SDG Agenda 2013 or National Development Plan Agenda 2013 for South Africa. Okay? What are the key features of this TA? Remember, our developing countries or the Global South normally inherit or milk knowledge from the Global North. Why do we have to do that? Because we also rich in knowledge. We rich in indigenous knowledge. Why do we have to depend on the Global South to develop our own articles? We need to engage in projects. I was impressed about that Unilisa project because it involves what? The training of the youth on how to engage or articulate their ideas in writing, and also they are working with publishers. When are we going to encourage our publishers to also be indexed in those high index lists, which is the one that we're talking about? We're talking about the Scopus list. How many of our African journals are listed in those Scopus lists? Even now, during the 21st century, we are still crying about that there is a scarcity of our African indexes in those Scopus lists, which are the highly publishing journals. Okay, then I move to these transformative agreements. The other features, they are transparent. Maybe these are contractual agreements for a period of 1 to 3 years. The engagement of academic libraries through SANLIC in South Africa, that is the consortium that is actually helping our academic libraries to negotiate prices for the deals that they make with the publishers. Okay? Then I'm not going to dwell on the historical involvement because we all know about this historical involvement of TAs in South Africa. It began in 1990 through open access initiative. Negotiations began in South Africa with various committees like the SANLIC, as I've already indicated. SANLIC is taking a leading role in negotiating these deals. Okay? The landscape in South Africa, again, I'm not going to dwell on that. Let me move to the problem statement. Why are these transformative agreements a problem for our country or for our academic libraries in South Africa? The view here that I'm expressing is from Raju's work, which was published in 2020, where he indicates that TA models are viewed as the northernization of the publishing industry. Consequently, this has resulted in the marginalization of the research voices from the Global South. Then, furthermore, these authors argue that the Global South needs to learn to reject open access models that are driven purely by financial imperatives, and thus exacerbate the exclusion of the publishing industry within the Global South. Furthermore, they indicate they have raised concerns regarding the unintended consequences of these TA models, such as limited or lack of access to the relevant research outputs, which are locked behind the paywalls, and limited access into open access publishing opportunities because of exorbitant prices that some of the Global South libraries cannot afford. That is mainly the challenge that we are faced, because in Global South, we cannot afford to subscribe to these models which fall under the transformative agreements. Okay, the purpose of the study was mainly to gain insight about the opportunities and challenges of TAs in South Africa, and then to make recommendations in line with the alternate scholarly publishing and open access models that can best fit the Global South, particularly South Africa. Okay, the research methodology, it's a systematic content analysis. In addition, articles, the articles, textbooks, and policy strategies from Google Scholar and EBSCO-host on studies on TA were accessed. And the second phase was the analysis of these key themes. And then the theoretical framework. This study is anchored on postmodernism theory. According to myself and Katu 2003, postmodernism theory seeks to accommodate the diversity of human experiences to enable the discovery and recovery of long marginalized voices. Postmodernism also aims at not only revolutionizing scholarly publishing landscape, but also at assisting scholarly authors to operate in a more expansive, inclusive, and welcoming fashion. What are the benefits of and limitations of these transformative agreements? They increase open access scholarly publishing. They are cost-effective, but they are contradictory views, as some of the authors, they feel that they are very costly and unsustainable. Can you imagine if the authors from the global north feel that they are costly and not sustainable? What will that do to the global south? If I may ask you, and then the other factor, they have helped in lessening the administrative responsibilities. They have facilitated the APC workflows, and they also promote equity, equality, inclusivity in scholarly publishing. But at the same time, what fascinates me, okay, here I was trying to give you the retrospective cost-effective deals that SANLIC has actually reported about from 2021 when the country started engaging in these deals. In 2021, they indicate that they were able to negotiate about 882 deals with the publishers on behalf of academic libraries. And remember, SANLIC in South Africa is made of how many members? There are about 31 academic libraries who are members of the SANLIC. SANLIC, I'm hoping we all know that it stands for South African National Libraries and Information Consortium. That consortium is responsible for negotiating the deals on behalf of academic libraries. So, which means although they are managing to negotiate these deals, but still there are some gray areas regarding the cost savings because they only report regarding the total price for subscription, the total amount that has been paid by the consortium, and the cost avoidance. But we do not hear more about the savings. How much has the country saved from these deals or from these subscription-based deals? Okay. Again, the University of Stellenbosch is one university, again, that has indicated that it has benefited from this transformative agreement because in 2021, it was able to submit their articles to hybrid benefits journals. About 15 of those were submitted in 2021. In 2022, they were able to submit 108 at a cost-effective prices. And in 2023, they were able to submit 349. But what about the other universities in historically disadvantaged environment? Can they afford these deals like Mangosuthu University of Technology? Mangosuthu University of Technology was unable to purchase the deals for Springer Nature. Springer Nature has signed the deals since 2022 with only 29 academic libraries in South Africa because some of the historical disadvantaged institutions cannot afford those deals. So, is this transformative agreement helping us if some of the institutions cannot afford to sign those deals? Mangosuthu University of Technology is not part of the Springer Nature deal. Why? Because it cannot afford. So are they really transformative, or they are only transformative in the name of transformation? This is another area which needs to be decolonized. The scholarly publishing industry, like AI, it needs to be decolonized. Hence, Raju et al. Recommend that we need to adopt models which will fit the needs of our country. Which models are those? They recommend that we adopt the color code, which is hybrid model, or which one? Allow me to finish, I'm almost there. The color code and the diamond one, which is more affordable for the global south or for the developing countries. My recommendations, let me run quickly to my recommendations so that I can conclude my presentation. I can see, okay, the recommendations. It's that this recommendation also was made by the president of the SENLIC, who is the executive director of the University of Stellenbosch, Ellen Tice. She recommends the national policy that will provide guidelines towards the development of open access standards that will be fit for purpose for South Africa. And the international library organizations such as IFLA, AFLIA, library consortia, publishers, and academics need to partner in developing policies that can be used to educate librarians, academics, and students regarding open access scholarly publishing. Open access models that will promote inclusivity, equality, equity, and social justice. Promotion of collaboration between the international and national publishers. Then, in conclusion, we need to collaborate to strengthen our engagement in international collaboration. For example, World Bank, as cited by Raju et al., has raised concern that there is very little sharing of skills among us in Africa. Why are we not sharing our skills in Africa? We need to strengthen the role of libraries as publishers. That is also recommended by Raju et al. I have one question to the practicing librarians, because I know that Unilisa has signed a contractual agreement, TA contractual agreement with Springer Nature since 2022. It will be lapsing in 2025. No, 2023 to 2025. And there is a clause there in that agreement which stipulates that a specific number of journal entitlement, the SENLIC members who are members of the Springer Nature have signed this agreement, and it entitles them to a specific number of journals to publish in these journals. And they have given them an upper corridor of 10%. What does that mean? Who can explain to us? They have an entitlement of a specific number of journals with an upper corridor of 10%. The practitioners should know about that. What does it mean? If the clause says they have entitlement of a specific number of journals. Okay, so the licensing manager promised that someone who will answer that question will get a gift tomorrow. So if you have an answer, please consult me. You see how complicated are these agreements and clauses involved there. They are so complicated, hence the importance of collaborating with these publishers so that they can simplify things for us, make life easy for us to understand these agreements. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Prof. Zemubiela. May I request the next presenters to please come closer. The presentation is Bibliometric Analysis of Internet of Things in Academic Libraries, a Global Perspective. Can we give them a warm welcome, colleagues? The presenters are, or the paper is by Dr. Siphamandla Mncube. I'm so sorry, I might butcher your name.
It's Musin.
Dr. Musin Omar Saib, as well as Sarah Bibi Mita. Okay, over to you. I hope that the presentation will show.
Sarah, can you share the screen?
There's the presentation showing.
She's going to be sharing she's going to go virtual and share the screen. She's going to drive.
Is she the one presenting?
No, I'm presenting. She's driving. She's going to do the second half of the presentation.
Okay.
So I'm just going to speak.
So I have shared the screen. Is it presented on the screen?
I'm just waiting for it. Let's give it a few seconds.
Let me stop sharing and share again.
Maybe let's ask the team to share it that side. In the meantime, you can share it.
Yeah, sure. Let's go. So I'm just going to continue, right? I'm going to share from my side.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
The slides
Yeah, I'll move it this way. Thank you, Session Chair. Very good afternoon to seasoned experts, scholars, researchers, my contemporaries, all present physically and virtually. Our presentation this afternoon focuses on the Internet of Things, commonly known as IoT, and we are looking at it within the context of academic libraries. In this presentation, we explore how the topic was viewed through the microscopic lens of a bibliometric analysis. Our presentation first focuses on IoT and academic libraries from the perspective of existing literature. Then bibliometric methods and data collection procedures are briefly explained. I will present these two sections. My colleague Sarah, who is on the virtual platform at the conference, will then focus her lens on the findings and discussion section. We conclude the presentation with highlights on the topic. So in terms of the timeline presented, colleagues, we present the following: a seismic shift firstly, and then we speak briefly a glance at the existing literature, patterns of IoT in academic libraries, and IoTs aligning with UNESCO's Sustainable Development Goals. So a seismic shift in academic library refers to profound changes in staff roles, which means their job profiles, their job descriptions, competencies, and of course, library services. Beyond technologies such as IoTs, factors like pedagogy, finances, and space utilization drives this shift in academic libraries. Over the past few years, the impact of emerging technologies such as IoT has been widely discussed within the academic libraries, especially within the context of digital transformation, smart libraries, and automation. IoT refers to interconnected devices that communicate over the internet, enabling automation, smart monitoring, and data-driven decision-making. However, literature on the specific impacts of IoT in academic libraries remain limited, as research predominantly focuses on broader technological advancements such as AI, big data, and cloud computing. While IoT has been extensively explored in industrial automation, healthcare, and areas such as smart cities, its application in academic libraries remains understudied. Though there has been a global push to address issues related to IoT, especially through the underpinnings of UNESCO's Sustainable Development Goals, predominantly Goal 4, which is on quality education, and 10, reduced inequalities, the extant literature suggests that the impact of IoT in academic libraries remains unclear and have challenges such as financial constraints, inadequate skill sets and infrastructure issues, and lack of professional development opportunities for staff. Within this current climate, a bibliometric analysis focusing on IoT is significantly important for academic libraries. A bibliometric analysis can help position the discussion as it can map global trends, leading journals, and leading authors. This can assist academic libraries on how to optimize the integration of IoT to support their strategic direction through quantifiable data extracted from the existing literature. So what is a bibliometric analysis? Bibliometric analysis is a rigorously applied method that analyzes large amounts of scientific data. It provides scientific direction and unpacks nuances related to trends and topics in a specific field. It also helps analyze the scientific productivity of a topic within a particular field. This presentation aims to demonstrate how scientific mapping and performance analysis were used as primary techniques to understand the topic. The performance analysis techniques focused on author production, cited documents, countries, collaboration networks, and growth trends. So colleagues, we had 5 questions. We focused on global research trends, leading journals, top producing authors, the most cited articles, and the countries that are actively collaborating presently on the topic. In this presentation, we are going to explore these questions. So very quickly, search strategy. Globally, Scopus and Web of Science are considered the most reputable citation databases for interrogating bibliometric data, as they are research-intensive platforms that are widely accepted in academia. The tables on this slide present the terms used when searching Scopus and Web of Science. The primary search term that we used is IoT, and it's combined with related terms and derivatives to conduct searches and find results from Scopus and Web of Science. So to answer the research question, the data from Scopus and Web of Science was downloaded. We merged the data, we combined the data, we removed duplicates from Web of Science and Scopus, and we interpreted using an interactive web-based bibliometric analysis tool called BiblioShiny. This tool is available via a software called RStudio. I will now hand over to my colleague Sarah, who is on the virtual platform, to continue with the presentation, unless you would like me to drive. I don't know if she can. She would like me to drive. Sarah?
Let me try and share and see if I can. All right. Just give me a second. Are you able to see my screen?
Not yet, Sarah. I think we are, for the benefit of time, Sarah, I think let me just drive.
Okay, sure.
Right.
All right. Just give me a second. I'm going to stop sharing then. Right, perfect. Thank you very much. I will now continue with the presentation. And what I will do is now present the findings and the discussion, just to answer some of the questions. Okay. So what we realized after looking at the data is that the topic IoT within the context of higher education libraries is still in the gestation stage, and we justify our position through the empirical findings of the data set. We did not restrict the data to a time frame and found that in the past 49 years, there were fluctuations with sporadic depictions of growth. And in the first 20 years, there was limited research produced in the area. So between 2003 and 2016, the data trends depict fluctuation patterns with no consistent acceleration. From 2016 to 2024, there seems to be a growing interest on the topic. Okay, can you move on to the next slide? So leading journals versus the top 5 producing journals. And this slide presents the core journals in the subject area using Bradford's law, which categorizes the journals into 3 zones. And the core journals filter into zone 1 and have the most significant publications. We present the top 10 journals related to IoT and higher education libraries that reside in zone 1. So next to this on the right are the top 5 producing journals on the topic. And these top 5 journals present no growth between 1976 to 2003. Following this trend or pattern is a minimal spurts of growth from 2003 to 2017. And this would make sense since the internet only emerged in the late 1990s and became an established platform in the early 2000s. So therefore, the interest in IoT and higher education libraries is more recognizable from 2018 onwards with the top 5 producing journals. And so we assume that the escalation trends for these journals increased significantly between the years 2019 and 2022, and a contributing factor could be COVID-19 pandemic. Additionally, sustainable development goals could have created an urgency, increasing publication growth trends. Okay, so next slide, please. So here we present the top 20 production over time, authors' production over time. So with the data from the annual scientific production shown in an earlier slide, wherein production on the topic is noticeable from 2017 onwards. The graphical presentation portrays larger and darker blue dots from 2017 to 2024, and signifying an increase in the number of articles and citation per year by the author shown in the slide here. Next slide, please. So when using bibliometric analysis to explore large amounts of scientific data, it is important to understand the intellectual structure of the topic. One key area in intellectual structure is the globally cited documents. Global citations refer to the documents cited across the length and breadth of the world by scholars within a scientific collection. This slide presents the documents that are most globally cited on the topic versus the scientific production by the authors in the country. So here we can see that these two fall under the intellectual structure in Biblioshiny, and the reason we wanted to explore this was to ascertain if these authors emerge from the top 10 cited countries. As you can see, the global cited documents show the DOI for each document, so we verified via DOI which countries these authors emerge from, and it was noteworthy that these authors reside in the top 10 countries. Next slide, please. So collaboration network falls under the category of social structure on Biblioshiny. Social structures are important as they provide valuable insight into collaboration between countries and institutions. This slide presents the collaborative partnership between universities. So the universities in large font represent the primary collaborators, and we draw your attention to the University of Oklahoma, which is the primary collaborator and has a network of collaborations in the US, as you can see. So we are pleased to point out that the University of South Africa, as a primary collaborator collaborating with the University of Ilorin, as you can see just above. So the strength of the network is determined by the thickness of the lines or the links, as well as the size of the nodes or the bubbles, which is inferred by Biblioshiny user guide. So once again, these institutional collaboration emanate from the top 10 leading countries. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, here are some of the highlights. In keeping with the findings in the slide Global Research Trends, we believe that IoT in higher education libraries is still in its infancy. We further recommend that future studies should focus on key areas relating to IoT in higher education libraries, and these could include smart services, smart libraries, virtual reality, machine learning, blockchain technology, big data mining, metaverse, augmented reality, and AI. Notably, The core journals based on Bradford's law correlate with the top 5 producing journals. And this is important for researchers to know when contributing to the knowledge base on IoT and higher education libraries. For individuals involved in postgraduate supervision or research, knowing the top journals allows them to target these publications for their research. More importantly, knowing who are the leading authors can help higher education libraries network with these key figures to learn through seminars, conferences, and workshops about how to plan, implement, and sustain new technologies such as IoT. It can also help library management in higher education libraries execute informed decisions that will ensure financial viability and sustainability when considering embedded IoT systems. The USA, China, and United Kingdom and India are the top 4 most productive countries. They are also the top 4 corresponding author countries. Although the rest of the countries have significantly contributed to the knowledge base, it is suggested that they produce more literature on the topic to compete with these 4 countries. So knowing who are the leading countries and the institutions opens a window of opportunity to partner with them and learn about IoTs within one's region. It can also provide LIS School with the opportunity to network with these experts to learn how IoTs can be integrated into the curriculum. Also, higher education libraries can invite such experts when deciding how to integrate IoT into their facilities, services, and digital resources. Knowing which are the leading journals can also direct LIS scholars and practitioners where to publish when submitting their manuscript. And lastly, being clued up on the leading citations and documents can help one when pursuing postgraduate studies on the topic or even contacting these experts for guidance. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to share the study with you.
Another round of applause. Thank you for the presentation, colleagues. That is almost the end of our session. It is now time for us to take questions. We will take burning questions in the interest of time. Do we have any questions or comments on the floor? Okay, there is one there. Do I have a second and last one? Okay, we only have one question. Well, over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. My question goes to Prof. Zimbiela. I enjoyed the presentation very much on transformative agreements. Well, issues of transformative agreements, decolonization of scholarship, politics of knowledge production, and scholarly communication have been discussed several times and for a long period, especially in scholarly conversations like this. Normally, we do have recommendations presented, but they are hardly adopted. For example, open access. I was hoping to see open access being one of the recommendations in Prof's presentation. Open science. I was happy to see Professor Kelly's presentation yesterday on citizen science, but we partially touch on these topics in typical discussions, but they present solutions to these problems that have been discussed several times. I'm not sure where the problem is. Maybe Prof can guide us. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Over to you. Yes, over to you, Prof. You can go ahead.
Oh, you want me to respond now?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay. Thank you for the contribution and the comment. I really appreciate it. But what I can highlight regarding open access, that we need to remember that open access, it's not free as we think it is free. It's not the same as open science from my perspective. open access is still a business model for the publishers. Hence, there is non-disclosure clauses which are implicated on open access models. Hence, I don't see it in the future unless we fight that it becomes really full, or it flips to full open access, which some of the scholars like Raju et al. Are advocating for, more especially for the Global South, that why do we have to subscribe to this expensive business model from the Global North? We need to de-Northernize, we need to decolonize these models because they are not working for our benefit as the Global South. So that is only the response that I can give, that it is for us as professionals on how do we come together and encourage our local publishers or devise some strategies that can be used maybe for credit rating that is suitable for the Global South. Because as it is right now, we are dependent on the university credit rating for the Global North. Hence, we are still publishing on this subscription-based model. I'm not sure whether you are answered because you also integrated the issue of citizen science there. But I do not have an answer regarding the issue of citizen science. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Prof. The last question, I think other questions, let's keep them for the gala dinner. So I will just take, there's a last question from Dr. Mabaso. Sorry? Okay, it can wait until gala dinner. Can it? Okay, can I take Dr. Mabaso? And then we'll go to Prof that side. Dr. Mabaso, you sir, and then Prof that side. And then we are closing, colleagues. And please keep it very short. We are pressed for time.
Okay, thank you very, very much for the opportunity. My question again goes to Prof with regards to her presentation, and that's just being out of interest to say what are the opportunities and possibilities of including the private academic entities or institutions, the likes of, for instance, we do have an academic institution within the aviation sector, and which we were told we wouldn't qualify to be part of that. But in your research, have you explored that possibility? Is there any possibility for that? Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, colleagues. I think the move towards transformative agreement was as a result of resistance towards open access. So I think maybe this is a question that will go to the entire room, not necessarily to Prof as such. What is it that we can do to assist with the embracement of open access? Because if you look at it, transformative agreement was a response to the resistance that was there toward open access. So Prof can respond, or anyone in the room, but I think it's a question that both academics, scholars, and practitioners as librarians can maybe look at. How do we deal with that issue of resistance? Because honestly, like Prof has indicated, open access has never been free. It will never be free. Transformative agreements have never been free. They'll never be free. These are business models. And how do we, for example, as Africans, how do we look at components such as open educational resources for us to be able to publish content that is African-oriented or oriented to the southern parts of the world? So the question to the entire room, how do we deal with the issue of resistance toward components such as open access, open educational resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Prof, and that's the last one for this session. Thank you.
Hello? Yes, okay. I want to confess. Confession time. Last time I published in Emerald Journal and Springer last year. I did not use the Sunlink facility to make my documents open access. I only discovered this year when I was filling the publishing agreement, the author agreement with the Emerald, that actually I could give my paper to open access without, they asked me a lot of money for author processing fees. And when I discovered, it turned out that South Africa is among the few countries, in fact, South Africa, Poland, a number of countries, there are not more than 10 in the world, who have got access to that free of charge open access. I'll call it free of charge for a reason. And so what I want to say is, in short, is that, so then I did use that facility, and the article came out this January. Open access. I was very happy because I wanted always to publish open access. What I want to appeal to librarians and my colleagues in the field is awareness of those Sunlink facility is actually very useful, but we are not aware about it. And so we end up giving our intellectual production, or let's say our publication, to the publishers or international publishers at a fee, or without having open access, because we don't know that that facility exists. So I just appeal to you, to libraries, to keep that awareness within our institutions, and our colleagues to be aware that before you sign the area agreement with those journals, all those publishers, please check if there is that Sunlink provision. They just it just popped up, and then that's when I realized that it can be used. And that happened to me with Springer also last year. And Springer is also provided by Sunlink. So it's something that we need to pay attention to. The second thing, I don't want to comment on my colleagues from DUT's paper at this moment. I picked up some few things. If they like, I always call critical reader. They can send it to me, and I would be able to point them out in detail. There's a lot of things that I, like for instance, library philosophy and practice has been decommissioned by Scopus, and is appearing here as the top journal. So it's better to use quintile 1, 2, 3, and 4 than using top journal, because library philosophy, they don't review documents. You send them to them, they just publish. If you say that you Dr. Mr., that's how publish you. So double or single or whatever it is, they just publish. So Scopus removed them from their database from last year. Here it happens that is the top journal, and if there is no publication out there, it becomes a problem. I picked up some other things which I probably cannot be able to talk about here in details, but if they wish, they can send it to me. I'll be able to help them pick it up, sort them out, so that when they want to publish the paper, it becomes out much better. Thanks.
Thank you, Prof. The colleagues from DUT, I'm sure they got that. That was the last one. Colleagues, we have to close the session, but we are still around. We are also attending the gala dinner, so some of these discussions will definitely continue. My apologies, we are really pressed for time. I would like to thank everyone for the participating, all the speakers, the questions and comments. I think we have around 15 to 20 minutes for lunch because we have used up a lot of the time that was allocated. Thank you very much, colleagues. I think the chair deserves a round of applause as well.
Okay. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Letawa Ledwaba, and I listened to a number of speakers. They gave some background information about themselves. And
Dr. Shivambu, please check online. MS Teams. There is a comment in the chat. So I have decided to give a brief background about myself as well for a minute. Number one is that I received a military training when I was 18 years old, and I worked as a rifleman. And after 25 years, I became a cataloger. And there are two things I've learned as a rifleman and a cataloger. That time is important. That the ability to take and execute an instruction is very important. And you cannot be a good soldier or a good cataloger if you do not possess these two characteristics. How are they important? As a soldier, as a rifleman, you take the instruction from the general. And as a cataloger, you follow your standards and the schemes. And in terms of time, as a soldier, you know, there is time to bomb, there is a time to shoot, and there is a time to sleep, like kids, of course. So if you are late, your squad is incomplete. So it means the whole battalion or the whole battalion is obviously incomplete, and they will kill you. And in library science, one of the laws of librarianship is that you must save the time of the reader. So now I'm the general and the cataloger general. So I'm going to give you some instructions that obviously must be followed. Number one is that the presenters are requested or are instructed to save the time of the audience. At 6 o'clock, there's a gala dinner in this very hall. So we need to give people some time to prepare. And there are two preparations, that is in the hall and those who will be attending the gala dinner. So that means speakers will be given roughly 13 minutes, strictly 13 minutes. If you don't complete by 13 minutes, you are out off the stage. And to the civilians, that is the audience, there will be Q&A, of course. And you're not expected to deliver another presentation. So your question should be straight, like a girl's miniskirt on Valentine's Day. Short and straight. So we will have the guest speaker, that is Prof. Luciana Duranti, Professor Emerita Archival Studies, that is School of Information from the University of British Columbia in Canada. Then the conference speakers, we will have Pindile Beko and Refilio Mabaso from Air Traffic and Navigation Services. The presentation title is Optimizing Digital Records Management in Air Traffic Management. The second presentation, that is Disposal of Information and Communication Technologies and Implications for Sustainable Development at the National Archives of Zimbabwe. That is by Samson Mutsagondo from the Sorbonne University in Abu Dhabi. We will have Libon Mavapa from National Archives and Record Services of South Africa. She will be preaching about infrastructure readiness for the digitization of archives to enhance collaboration between archival institutions towards Society 5.0 in South Africa. The last presentation by Lwando Silas Matomane from the University of Witwatersrand, that is the utilization of digital record keeping, a case study of the National Institute for Occupational Health in South Africa. So I just want to check if Professor Luciano Duranti is available and ready online. Prof, can you hear us? Okay, while they are still checking, I will read Professor Luciano Duranti's bio. Professor Shivambu, Professor Duranti is online, but she cannot hear us. Please assist. And her bio goes like this. Dr. Luciano Duranti, a graduate of Sapienza University of Rome in Italy, is Professor Emerita of Archival Science and Diplomatics in the School of Information of the University of British Columbia, that is the UBC in Vancouver, Canada. And she's the affiliate full professor in the Information School at the University of Washington in the United States. She started her career as a state archivist of Rome in 1978. Then she became a professor researcher of archival science at the Sapienza University of Rome until she moved to UBC in 1987 to teach in the newly minted Master of Archival Studies. Professor Duranti is the director of the UBC Center for the International Study of Contemporary Records and Archives, and the principal investigator of the Inter-Pares Research Project, which since 1998 has developed theory and methods for the creation, maintenance, and preservation of the trustworthy digital records across technologies. She has published extensively on archival and diplomatics theory and on the use of their concepts for understanding the products of new technologies. She has been the president of the Society of American Archivists, of the Association of Canadian Archivists. Since 2015, she's the chair of the Canadian Government Standards Board Committee for Electronic Records as Documentary Evidence. Can we give her a round of applause? Is she ready? ICT? Prof, we can see you. Can you hear us? Unfortunately, she cannot hear us. While they are still sorting her out, perhaps we can allow, of course, the program director will guide me. We can take the first presentation, because I've already indicated that I'm a rifleman and time means time for me. So the first presenters, please take the stage. O ka re le sa ke nagana bjalo ga nako e fitlhile a o sa na ntwe le ka idea mabeko. A gona le ba ba tlhabane megolokwane ba ba rena ba sa tlhabe megolokwane o ra re ga bo bona ba loya. Now I'm an African, you can't just clap hands. Okay, there we go.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm representing a paper that I was just given instructions by Pindile to be part of the presenters. So what I like is she agreed that she will take all the questions. So she's ready for that. And the title of the paper is Optimizing Digital Records Management in ATNS, which is air traffic management, basically under the ATNS, which is Air Traffic Navigation Services. The presentation outlined, we providing the overview of who's ATNS, the problem statement, research objectives, questions, and then Pindile. Okay, I'll go up to I think up to number 4, and then Pindi will take over the rest. An overview again for those who were here yesterday, they will remember who is ATNS. I'm not going to get into details, but just an overview of ATNS is a state-owned organization established by under the Department of Transport, and we provide services to anyone who's flying within the Southern African hemisphere airspace, and we provide services with regards to air traffic services, air traffic navigation services, and also we also giving additional offers, including the aeronautical information services and also the search and rescue. So our primary services are more around safety, and our operational model is basically taking care of anyone, as I said, anyone who's flying, and I mean all aircrafts, on all types of aircrafts which are flying within the airspace as mentioned, and basically from there as you are on board and also as you land. So every aircraft before it leaves or it actually on board, ATNS takes care of that until it gets to the other side where it actually lands. And some of I'm not going to get into more detail in the technical side of the services that we provide. They include your air traffic services, your airspace management, air traffic flow, flight information services, and then alerting the area control, approach control, and aerodrome control. So those are just the technical side of it. But we're going to zoom into our journey as air traffic navigation in terms of our records management. We've got a bit of a journey. We've started records management around 2017, 16, 17, around there. And obviously we started with a bit of a feasibility study, went into the audit side of it, and then we went into the, the regulatory requirements and to our principles as in the NARSA, we followed exactly how you prescribe us in terms of how we should implement the records management. I'm sure I see they are smiling because we've engaged a lot with them in terms of ensuring that we've got a file plan. We've got we're still working on some of the areas. So we are reviewing our file plan. This is the second one that we are reviewing. We've developed our policy. That's where we started actually developing the policy, the procedure, the file plan, rotation schedules. And what we realized, because ATNS was or is not a new organization, it's an old organization coming from Air Force, then with the new dispensation being part of the of the Department of Transport. Then there were a lot of documents and lots of records which were all over the place. We needed to centralize that. We went into the project which we called it the Back Scanning and Digitization Project. The project is still it's still in progress, and where we are being led and guided, obviously, by our principals in terms of rolling out the project. And now we are embarking and starting the EDRMS project. Colleagues, the question is, what's the problem? There is a problem, and I'm sure the little that I've said already have just given an idea of what is the problem within ATNS. ATNS, as a state-owned company, number one, has to comply, and we are not complying. That is the problem number one, whereby we had a lot of records which we were not even able to either retrieve, access them, and which are basically, by virtue of the business that we are in, we continue to create records as in our day-to-day activities. And we've got very special types of records that we are creating, and some of them they are digitally born, and some of them they are physically born. It also depends. And regulatory, we are not at all complying, and that is still our story. We're not standing here being as proud as that and to say, hey, we are complying. We definitely still not complying, but we are in the chain of ensuring that we get into the compliance side of it. But we also have as I said, the various types of records that we are creating. There is also more focus on air traffic management type of records that we are creating, and obviously being the core business, we want to focus on that in terms of how we manage them and how we're ensuring that there is that kind of compliance. And this research basically seeks to explore how can we optimize the digital records management and also addressing these challenges that I've already mentioned, and moreover around the ATM operations, and ultimately whereby we can contribute to a safer and more efficient airspace management in South Africa, and obviously in the global space. I'm going to hand over to Pindile to continue.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mabaso. Good afternoon, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to continue with the slide. Just to make note that this was only done because of this conference. We haven't published, it's not for a thesis. The research objectives, its primary objective of the research is to explore the management of digital records, to advance air traffic management in South Africa. And secondary, we're looking at identifying the challenges in the management of digital records in the ATM space within the South Africa. And also, based on the challenges, we then look at recommending strategies that we can use to improve operations of ATM. The research questions, the study aims to answer the following primary and secondary questions. How do digital records advance ATM in South Africa? What are the challenges and what are the strategies that we can implement to improve the operations? I'm not going to dwell much on this slide. We are all here. We know that we need to comply to the National Archives Act. And we know that what's records management in South Africa and in the global space. And also this slide is just a diagram on how we need to manage our records from when they are created up until they are disposed of. So when we did the literature review, we looked at digital RM technologies, the challenges as well as the strategies. When it comes to digital records management, what we've seen in literature is that most of the organizations, they are adopting digital transformation strategies which make them to invest more in ITC. And then when we transition, we need also to look at the digital records, how we manage them through the evaluation of records management. We need to look at the ICT that we use for that. Also, the management of digital records in the ATM space is necessary for the operation, as it deals with, it will assist with safety audits, legal compliance, accident investigations, litigations, and other operations on a daily basis. Technologies, what we found in literature is that AI technologies hold the potential to execute all records management practices. From when records are created, we can use AI technologies. So we need to embrace technology, those technologies. This is from our own authors and IT AI specialists, Dr. Modibo and others. Cloud computing is another platform that provides a flexible integrated approach to create, store, maintain, organize, secure, and all the other activities that we do when we are managing our records. AI tools such as machine learning and learning language processing algorithm can be used in life cycle of digital records. The challenges that we've identified through the literature is that employees usually do not embrace the change or the transition when we introduce those AI technologies and other technologies. Also, records management, digital infrastructure requirements, you'll find that some infrastructures are not well maintained. And professionals with inadequate competencies and skill sets. I think it has been said since we started this conference that the competencies and skills we need to reskill, we need to upskill so that we are able to use the AI technologies. Weak or non-existent policies, it has been also been spoken about that we need to have policies on how we use these AI technologies. Meeting regulatory requirements for both aviation and records management legislative frameworks, we find that this is also a challenge on the use and optimizing records management in the ATM space and aviation space. As aviation, we are highly regulated and we need to comply with a lot of regulatory requirements, including how we manage our records. Strategies that have been identified based on the challenges that we had, like the first one, employees not embracing. We need to communicate more even before we introduce those AI technologies, and also introduce change management. We must train our colleagues and also provide technical support, and also the training and awareness should be ongoing. Meeting regulatory requirements on both sides, we need to have an integrated strategy to comply with the aviation sector as well as records management. We need also to train our colleagues on the compliance and regulatory issues. We need also to track and trace compliance issues so that we are able to see where we are lacking with regards to the compliance. Technology infrastructure, we need to work with our IT sections of the organization so that we have a maintenance plan. And also as an organization, as we grow, we need to have a scalable infrastructure and also monitor the performance of our infrastructure. Okay, I'm told I've got 1 minute. I think I'll manage the 1 minute. Weak and non-existent policies, we need to develop and maintain, implement digital records management frameworks, policies as well as procedures. The training of professionals have been said a lot. I'm gonna be quick on that one. And also budgetary constraints, we need to make sure that we allocate a budget for the technologies that we want to embrace, and also apply security measures for the for the infrastructure. We used a systematic literature review for our paper. And the search strategy, what we did, we looked at the databases and search on the literature that has been published between 2015 and 2025. And then our inclusion criteria is this step-by-step guide where we started looking at the databases and also removing duplicate articles up until we had the last articles that we needed for the study. What we find is that Digital records management plays an important role in air traffic management with the following benefits. For flight operations, air traffic controllers can be able to use the digital records for flight planning, scheduling, and also looking at weather conditions so that they can guide the pilots and the crew. For training methodologies, digital records can be used for ATM to supplement the traditional ways of doing training. For operations control, digital data and information available in technologies are able to assist during critical operations to ensure smooth and safe processes. We also have the ability to use traffic flow management as well as digital logbooks. In the conclusion, we say that relevant literature on the topic indicates that digital records management in ATM specifically offers innovative solutions to enhance safety, efficiency, and capacity of operations. Though we have challenges, but there is an opportunity to upskill ourselves so that we can embrace the technology. Thank you.
Now we are in Africa. The second speaker, that is Samson Mutsagondo. That 15 minutes.
Thank you, the General. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Afternoon. Next time, I think I'll start with the recommendations and conclusion because the General is up with us, up in arms with us. The title of my presentation is The Disposal of Information and Communication Technologies and Implications for Sustainable Development at the National Archives of Zimbabwe. This is part of a larger project that I'm conducting, a larger project entitled Greening Information Management. So this is just part of it. From Tuesday, we've been talking about ICTs, we've been talking about digital technologies, we've been talking about AI technologies. I think we need to stop and think and just try to think what happens to these technologies when they come to the end of their life. I mean ICT gadgets such as computers, laptops, television sets that we use in creating information, that we use in collection, organization, storage, preservation, distribution, sharing, and disposal of information. What happens to them when they come to the end of their life? We've seen that these technologies are revolutionizing how we manage records, how we manage information in the fourth and fifth industrial revolutions, as well as within Society 5.0. What happens at the end of their life? Who disposes them? How, why, where, when, and how? This is what I'm going to look at. So I've just mentioned some of the ICTs that are found at the National Archives of Zimbabwe. So I'll just go on to the next slide. Why are we replacing these ICTs time and again? And these are some of the reasons I have for here: obsolescence, fashion or tastes, changes in tastes, lack of replacement parts, ICTs getting damaged beyond repair. So we need to keep on changing time after time. My research problem here is as the world continues to churn out new ICTs, as old ones become obsolete or go out of fashion or get damaged, new ICTs are introduced onto the market in quick succession. This enables organizations like my case study of the National Archives of Zimbabwe to pursue their mandates while at the same time moving with the times. Nonetheless, the worrisome part is the unsustainable manner in which old and condemned ICTs are disposed of, which threatens the environment. And these are some of the issues that I'm looking at under environment, as well as biodiversity now and into the future. So when we are talking of sustainability, we are interested about what is happening now and what will happen into the future. We need to take care of ourselves now, but we also need to take care of future generations. There's need to balance the pursuit of organizational mandates and the responsible environmental behavior as we pursue our mandates and as proposed by the United Nations through the 17 SDGs. My research objectives, I just have two. One, to identify strategies used by the NAS to dispose of ICTs. The second one is to assess the impact of ICT disposal by the NAS on sustainable development. And under these objectives, there are sub-objectives. I'll mention them under findings as we go. The study was informed by a conceptual framework of selected SDGs. This study is particularly focusing on environmental sustainability. We have economic sustainability, we have social sustainability. My study is specifically focused on environmental sustainability. So the 6 SDGs that I'm using under the conceptual framework talk more to the environment, how to keep the environment or take care of the environment. This was a qualitative study with a case study research design, and data was collected through unstructured interviews, document reviews, as well as personal observations. Also analyzed data thematically. Right, the findings. The first finding is that NAS uses a lot of ICTs in professional and administrative work. Remember, there are administrative units like administration, finance, HR, in addition to professional units or sections. In all those sections, we have ICTs or ICT gadgets. The rate and volume of disposal are quite high. For example, computers are disposed every 2 to 5 years. Maybe photocopiers, they stay a bit longer, for 3 to 5 years. And the reasons, obsolescence and fashion, as I also indicated under the literature review. But in the audiovisual unit, they keep ICTs for a bit longer because most of the material in the audiovisual unit is still analog, and they need to play it time after time so that clients would access that. So in the audiovisual unit, the rate of disposal is a bit lower than the other sections. I also found out that disposal of ICTs is mainly informed by 2 legal instruments, the Environmental Management Act, as well as the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Act. I'll briefly talk about the EMMA Act. It regulates the disposal of solid waste. It prevents pollution and environmental degradation. I'll talk more about the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Act. This is an act that caters for people, processes, and procedures concerning the disposal of ICTs when they come to the end of their life, or if they are condemned even before the end of their life. This act also spells out the methods that must be used in disposing ICTs. And the commonest methods are auctioning, burning, and burying. And these are the 2 methods, that is burning and burying, are the most worrisome because they are harmful to our environment as well as to biodiversity. Auctioning is mostly used for non-ICT gadgets, whereas burning and burying is mostly used for ICT gadgets. All right, so I'll now look at the implications. I'll look at burning and burying, starting with burning. When we burn ICTs, remember some of these ICTs are in plastic form, and they have chemicals and components that are inside. And when they are burnt, there's a release of gases such as carbon dioxide, such as nitrogen oxide. And this burning will lead to the destruction of the ozone layer, and it leads to high temperatures, droughts, melting of snow, rising sea levels, floods, etc. And this issue of rising sea level is very worrisome. There's a statistic that came out last year, which was saying that in the next 50 years, 10% of the smallest islands in the world will be underwater. So we need to do something for the sake of our coming generations. Right, then there's also the absorption of these gases into human bodies is linked to rising cases of cancer, heart diseases, liver, kidney, etc. And these are the antithesis of SDG 3, as you can see what it means, what it represents, SDG 11, SDG 13, and SDG 15. Then burying also leads to soil acidification, land degradation, desertification, etc. And as these components are buried underground, seepage, when it rains, the seepage, these chemicals like lead, zinc, nickel, etc., they sink until they get to the water table, and it poisons our water underground. And this is not good for us as human beings, it's not good for animals, it's not good for those animals that live underwater or in water. So this is also the antithesis of SDG 6, SDG 14, and SDG 11. Recommendations and conclusion. Banning and burying of ICTs should be stopped forthwith. I think I will share my findings with those people that allowed me to conduct research at the institution. And it should be replaced by sustainable methods of disposal, such as recycling, repurposing, and reusing. NAS should engage and partner with government to craft sustainable development methods, disposal methods and policies. The current two laws that are in operation and that are used by the NAS at the moment are not sustainable, and they may have to be revisited or totally scrapped. In conclusion, ensuring that this environmental protection is collective responsibility. Even us in the information industry, we have a part to play. When I was interviewing people at the NAS, someone was saying, our mandate is to manage information records and archives. And they were saying, even if we contribute to climate change, our contribution is very minimal. So my recommendation there as a conclusion as well is that every drop counts, because it ultimately leads to it ultimately contributes to the overall damage to the environment, biodiversity, and the atmosphere. I'm happy that we have colleagues from the National Archives and Record Service of South Africa, and I think we'll share notes so that when I go back to this, to the NAS, we can share. I can better assist. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your time.
Thank you very much, Samson Mutagondo. On time. You still have 2 minutes. There is no GNU here. No one is going to use these 2 minutes. Laibon Mawapa, your turn. You have 15 minutes. And Mutagondo or Okopelad number. He said we should change some notes, but you should be vicar. He says contact numbers. There you go.
Greetings, colleagues. Greetings. I understand that there are people that are experts here and they've spoken, professors and doctors. So please allow us as the last speakers just to voice our research. So with that being said, colleagues, okay. Thank you. So the title of my presentation is Infrastructure Readiness for the Digitalization of Archives to Enhance Collaboration between Archival Institutions towards 5.0 in South Africa. And with this being said, I hope I'm visible because I'm short. I like walking around, but because of time, I will stand still. So maybe we must start somewhere and ask ourselves these questions to ask, why are we always told that we work in dusty rooms? Why do we always have the jokes about forgotten papers that we have? And why do we bother? We normally have to consider this, colleagues, because the same old papers that we're talking about are normally preserved for us to understand our history, for us to have justice for those marginalized communities, and even for other reasons that for research and even for land restitution, for instance. So there are also other legal cases that are ongoing, and because we don't understand the mandate of archives, then we normally run away and don't get the justice we deserve because we don't know that we have those archival records that we can use to get justice. So we are talking about inclusive or avoiding the issues of a digital divide to include those communities that are not aware of our archival institutions to make use of those resources. But they can only use that if we are, as archivists and librarians and other professionals, go and make sure that we interact with those communities and understand how technology is impacting their lives. You can understand as we're sitting here, they are other people that were attending virtually. This is because of technology. So we must also ensure that even when we go to the communities, we understand how our processes are normally ironed out so that we can include those communities. So, so the mandate or the purpose of this presentation is to ensure that even though people are joking about our archives, we are actually proud to have those collections because that is how we tell our story as a country to the world. And we must not have the issues of digital divide to say that if I'm from the rural areas and at Zanin, I won't be able to get access to that information that we have at National Archives, for instance. So with this being said, colleagues, we from my study, I'm saying that we should confront the urgent need to build robust digital infrastructure, not just for local benefit, but to empower researchers, communities, and individuals worldwide who seek to understand. Yeah, I'll move them. Sorry about that. So we are saying that this is to ensure that we seek to understand our roots, conduct research, and also have our archival treasures. And in the current society we are talking about of 5.0 landscape, there is an agency for us to digitalize our archives. So this is the presentation outline, colleagues. So I'm not going to touch base on it, just to highlight that this is a working paper. So I'm anticipating to collect data soon and try to make recommendations. So I've already indicated that we serve as the custodian for our national identity, and we preserve those records that are actually rare, that you cannot find them anywhere, and they're also unique. And then with that being said, that we also have an issue of lack of infrastructure readiness for digitalization of archives, and this creates a significant digital divide. And to ensure effectiveness of service delivery in a revolving technological landscape, we must ensure that we embrace emerging technologies such as those that were mentioned, such as your blockchain, your artificial intelligence, the augmented realities, as other professors and doctors have already mentioned. And this will ensure that there is accessibility and collaboration to ensure that the archival records are actually used in the digital age. And in South Africa, we do have archival institutions that play a role in ensuring that we preserve and ensure that there's transparency, accountability, and good governance in the country. And as such, my study relied on literature review. So we should understand, colleagues, that we are in a democratic era and we have a constitution, and is within the constitution that it stipulates that everyone has got the right to access information held by the state. So this also streamlines to what the mandate of the National Archives says, that we should make sure collect, manage, and also preserve those records for future generations. And this is also driven, the whole concept of digitalization is driven by the NDP and National East Strategy to implement fourth industrial revolution and to ensure that we improve the services that we have to address the issues of inequality in our society. So what is the problem? The problem statement is that South African archives face persistent challenges in providing seamless access to archival records, and this is due to a lack of ICT infrastructure, financial constraints, and poor collaboration. And therefore, there's normally restricted access and deteriorating archival records that we have, and these issues affect researchers, historians, and the public from accessing historical and institutional memory. And we also have to ensure that this is just to highlight that advanced technologies are crucial for evolving archival services. So just to flight, these are just the purpose and objectives of my study. And the purpose of my study was to explore archival infrastructure readiness for digitalization, to foster institutional collaboration in South Africa, and this was streamlined to ensure that there's establishment of the tools required, as well as the challenges that affect the digitalization of archives in South Africa. And with that being said, colleagues, we are sitting in an era where for us to move towards the other society 5.0, that we also have a lot of issues, that people from our communities, they normally have challenges to travel to our institutions or our archives to come and access archival records that we have. And therefore, there's also the issues of misfiling, and sometimes we lose our records because they deteriorate with times because of normally they're used by a lot of people. And with that being said, we must ensure that we move towards virtual archival services to ensure that there's also metadata, contextual description, and digital management of the archival records that we have, to ensure that we minimize the issues of theft, because remember, whenever someone is stealing an archival record, it's a criminal offense, meaning that you are denying another person access to information or the right to information. And therefore, with that being said, colleagues, we will save time and also ensure that the colleagues or people in the marginalized communities are able to get the land back in terms of land restitution as well, if that is the case. And we ensure that integration of digital technologies enables better preservation and accessibility. And with the other picture that you see, on the virtual archival services we are heading to, is that we can imagine ourselves trying to cater for people with disabilities, because sometimes they're unable to come physically to our archival repositories to use those collections, and to ensure that we describe and retrieve and store those records in the digital space. And this will enable us to, you can imagine a situation where other people are coming from other countries, like I saw a colleague from National Archives of Zimbabwe. At least you have the opportunity to come to our institution tomorrow to be able to see what we do. But actually, if we realize the issues of moving towards Society 5.0, you'll be able to see the National Archives virtually. You don't need to come, because sometimes there are other people that might not be at work with the time when you want to we want them to demonstrate what we do. We can actually have the chatbots to assist, and you can understand the people in the marginalized communities. They actually have, they don't have free Wi-Fi like everyone has got. The issues of connectivity, we need to bridge that gap between to use mobile technologies that we have for them to be able to see our collections virtually. So for us to move to that direction, we must ask ourselves, are we ready for digitalization? So we need to check if we have got the cloud storage, the AI, the blockchain to ensure that we have seamless archival collaboration. We need to ensure that we check that we have reliable internet and digital platforms to enhance online access to archival records. And we must also ensure that there's implementation of robust security protocols to protect digital archives from data breaches as well as unauthorized access. And it's important, colleagues, to also understand that we have a lot of systems that we have, but they are not integrated. So if they are integrated, it will ensure that we share resources as institutions. Either you are public archives, either you are Unilisa archives or National Library of South Africa, to name other archival institutions, so that someone doesn't come to the National Archives, then they are turned away because we don't know that you do have that collection. So if we streamline our database that we have to ensure that we don't turn people that are coming from the villages to say, no, we don't have this, but I cannot be able to refer. So if we have got those systems that are talking to each other, we'll be able to tell the people to say, no, we have this, or we do not. Instead, we are able to see on our system, because we have shared that on our database, to say we are referring you to the other institution. And this is normally done because I'm also a librarian, as much as I'm working in the archives and records management space, that in libraries you come and say there's interlibrary loans, you know that a certain library has got a certain collection. So that is encouraged even in the sector. So maybe we can, this is what we anticipate in terms of the benefits, is that digital infrastructure enables more efficient workflows and the centralized databases that I've spoken about, to ensure that there's easier access and archival and the use of our archival records. And we have increased security to ensure that there's digital systems offer better protection against unauthorized access. And the digital copies will also minimize the impact of physical damage, as I've indicated. And we also have improved preservation. And the benefits continues, and that will also encourage cooperation, knowledge exchange within institutions, and allow institutions to share digital resources. And we avoid the issues of having duplications. And we also enhance the public access to make historical and cultural records more accessible to the public. We will make sure that we reduce the cost through shared digital resources and efficient processes, lower operational cost, and ensure that there's increased efficiency. This talks about to improve productivity and better archival services, in that will improve the quality of the services we offer to the public. Okay, they say I've got 1 minute, I'll be able to manage as well. Thank you. And this is just a perspective to look into the advanced infrastructure that is embraced by the countries such as Canada and Korea. And when we also move to Indonesia, you can see that they're also facing the issues of they face cultural and institutional hesitancy. And when we move to Nigeria, you can see that they also have funding constraints. When we move to Zimbabwe and Zambia, they also have the issues, they suffer from infrastructural deficiencies. And to bring it home is that the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture grapples with outdated IT systems and limited digital leadership, and this delays the process. Therefore, it's against this study that we are trying to address those issues. And colleagues, those are some of the challenges that everyone has spoken about that we encounter. And we hope that if we are collaborative enough, we'll be able to share these resources. And this calls for the need for research on integrated digital infrastructures and stakeholders partnership to address these issues. And to conclude, colleagues, we are saying that infrastructure readiness is a critical enabler for the digitalization of archives, and collaboration is essential to overcome challenges related to fragmentation, funding, and technical expertise. Therefore, a robust, digitally integrated archival system will not only safeguard South Africa's cultural and historical heritage, but also drive the nation towards 5.0, a future marked by enhanced social welfare, economic growth, and efficient public service delivery. With that being said, colleagues, I thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mabapa. You were also on time. The last speaker, I think we are winning with Professor Duranti, but I want to recommend that we take Lwando Silas Matomane from University of Witwatersrand. Your time. Representative Malume. Wa mashashana wa batlo Malume Silas.
Thank you. Good day, colleagues and scholars. My name is Lwando Matomane, and the topic of our study, the utilization of digital records keeping, a case study of the National Institute for Occupational Health in South Africa. So I've been doing this study with my supervisor, Dr. Musako. He's sitting there at the back. Our overview will have our introduction, problem statement, theoretical framework, purpose of the study, objectives, methodology. We also have data analysis, findings, and lastly, we'll have our conclusion and recommendations. Electronic records keeping and management brings a lot of benefits to our institutions. Some of those benefits include greater efficiency, lower record storage costs, reduced potential for litigation and penalties, improved customer service, greater transparency, and many other benefits that comes with ERK, or electronic records keeping. But there are some challenges that we encounter sometimes, such as the fragility of media, ease of manipulation, and also sometimes there's absence of self-evidence. Those are the challenges that come with electronic records keeping. I'll also like to note that electronic records keeping will be used interchangeably with digital records keeping. Literature continues to suggest that records keeping practices should be digitized in order to bring effectiveness and also efficient decision making, and also to bring clear management and strategy. So there's a great need for digital records keeping management practices in organizations, especially those government institutions, and NOH is one of those institutions. As Manyika and Diwa have stated, a properly run records management, is the good heart of public management. However, we still encounter some challenges regarding records keeping practices, because we know that some of our colleagues are still accustomed to traditional ways of records keeping, and they experience a change problem when it comes to digital records keeping. Our problem statement: employees still prefer to use their own methods of digital records keeping, or digital records keeping. this results in hindrance in access of information. So it hinders access to information. And that results in losing track of material that is produced, including research output of the institution, having no trust in the system that is employed by the institution to manage their digital records. This leads to this work being performed by people who are not qualified or unqualified personnel. Therefore, organizations are encouraged to embrace digital records keeping practices in order to get or reap the benefits that comes with records management practices. Our theoretical framework of our study. Several studies have revealed that diffusion of technology, unified theory of acceptance and use of technology, technology acceptance model are the most popular models that are being used to study this phenomena. Therefore, this study uses UT-AUT, TAM, and DOT models to determine the new technology acceptance at the NIOH. The UT-AUT theory has been proven to be effective in examining the utilization of digital records keeping in government health institutions. And NIOH is one of those institutions. Therefore, it was fitting to use UT-AUT model to determine the problems faced by NIOH employees in using digital records keeping system, which can also help the study to determine the adoption and acceptance of information technology. The study further used TAM to predict acceptance of technology to determine whether this could be a factor in employees not utilizing the digital records keeping system that is at the NIOH. So through this adoption of TAM model, the same advantages can be applicable at the NIOH. UT-AUT and TAM were found to have some limitations, especially when it comes to assessing behavior and intentions to use digital records keeping system. So the study brought forward DOT, which is the diffusion of technology, to complement the two theories. The study uses DOT to assess behavioral intentions towards adoption of digital records keeping system, as expressed by Makrat, Yusuf, Alotaibi, Mokhtar, and Fauzi. The diffusion of technology has the ability to enhance flexibility in the creation, use, and storage of digital records, as well as playing a critical role in productivity growth, usage patterns, and market dynamics in digital records keeping. The study further used DOT to assess current digital records keeping system or methods at the NIOH. The purpose of our study is to explore the utilization of digital records keeping system at the NIOH to build trust between the creators of digital records and those who are equipped with skills and qualified to manage digital records, to encourage efficient access to information. Our objectives are to examine why NIOH staff choose to examine digital records on their own, to enhance institutional repository and archive service quality, to gain trust from other organizational units, to explore how the NIOH employees access digital records and the resulting benefit for the organization and staff, to assess perceptions of the institutional repository and identify ways to enhance information quality for organizational digital records needs, and to also to enhance digital records access at the NIOH without compromising quality. The research methodology of the study. This is a qualitative study. The study uses semi-structured interviews. Observations were done on how the DOT was applied, And also a pilot study was done to improve the interview schedule. Upon analyzing our data, the pilot study was conducted and data was received. That prompted us as researchers to adjust our questions in order to provide the best possible feedback for the study. And we came up with themes. We designed a thematic analysis process, which included the following themes: guidelines, theories, digital record security, and also record keeping methods. The feedback from the data collection shows that there are no guidelines regulating digital records keeping at the NIH. Data also shows that employees create folders on their computers and use external hard drives to keep their digital records, as they are not aware that there's a digital records keeping system at the institution. A response also showed that employees are not aware of the institutional repository. Feedback further shows that employees prefer to use their own methods, as we have mentioned. It was also suggested that NIOH should develop its own digital records keeping policy. There were concerns that we raised while we were analyzing our data and collecting our data. And those concerns were regarding poor IT infrastructure and also cybersecurity concerns. And this leads to other organizational departments not trusting the NIOH records keeping system. So to address those concerns, there was a suggestion that was brought forward that the institution should involve IT personnel and also use the 21st century technology to improve the NIOH institutional repository. Data also shows that employees are concerned with the safety of their documents, but we did have one positive feedback where a participant indicated that there are no security concerns. Instead, digital records keeping system would allow employees to have access to information, which will enable everyone to learn from one another and exchange expertise. This was our thematic analysis. We have our themes. We also have our feedback from the participants. Highlighted in yellow were the follow-up questions that we designed to get the best possible feedback when we collected our data. Participants that we interacted with indicated that they practice their own digital records keeping methods, using their own methods, such as personal computers and using external hard drives. Participants have expressed the concern over cybersecurity and safety, and also they have indicated that it would help if the institution would adopt the new technologies that are used in this century, the 21st century technologies. All participants have indicated that they do not follow guidelines in practicing digital records keeping, but they recommended that it would help if the NIOH Information Services Unit would develop its own digital keeping policy regulating the process of utilizing digital records keeping system. This will also allow the qualified personnel to exercise their right or their responsibility of managing the institutional records, digital records keeping system. In conclusion and recommendations, based on the literature that we conducted and the data analysis that we did, the study concludes that records keeping system at the NIH is lagging behind the digital international standards of records keeping. The study concludes that utilization of records keeping system at the NIH needs to be revised, as this will help the organization benefit from the electronic record system advantages, such as the ones we mentioned at the beginning, such as having greater efficiency, lower record storage cost, reduced potential for litigation and penalties, and many other benefits that are brought by the ERM. Also, utilizing a digital records system will help the NIH manage the shortcomings that come with the ERM and ERK, such as the fragility of electronic records, ease of manipulation, and also absence of self-evidence. The study further suggests that the NIH should implement digital records keeping policy with guidelines regulating the utilization of records keeping system at the institution. The NIH Information Services Unit needs to raise awareness on the importance of utilizing records keeping system at the institution. Thank you, Re Yaleboga.
Raleboga, that was Lwando Silence Matomani. Colleagues, I'm told that the guest speaker is ready, but I want questions. But before you ask that question, the difference between us or we and those that are resting at West Park Cemetery is time. So that means you and I still have time to engage these speakers during the gala dinner or even telephonically or anyhow. 5.0 societies here already. So I want only 2 questions from the civilians or attendees, delegates who feel that if they don't ask that question, they might join those who are resting at West Park Cemetery. So we all feel that we can ask the question outside this platform. Correct. Thank you very much. So it means the presenters, Lealogile, Moloto Suel. So the ICT, can we confirm, Professor Luciano Duranti, can you hear us? ICT, we can't hear.
You can't?
We can hear you.
I can
now.
hear you.
Perfect,
The microphone
Prof.
is on.
Thank you, Prof. We can hear you. I've read your bio, and unfortunately, we don't have time anymore. But
That's okay.
we can give you 15 minutes to summarize your presentation, Prof.
Okay. I'll be quick. Can I share?
Please.
I don't know whether I can. Where do I find it?
Can I share for you this site?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you should.
Can you see my screen?
No, I can see my computer screen. So let's see. What can you see? Okay, yes, I can see now. So go forward. You can start moving the slides. Can I? Okay, so very quickly, I will provide the context to the 5th phase of the Interpares research project that is entitled I Trust Artificial Intelligence. It is, as I mentioned, the 5th phase of the Interpares project, which started in 1998, has been funded by the Social Science and Humanities Research Council of Canada 5 times. The entire point of the research is to be able to preserve digital records in a reliable, accurate, and authentic way through time, regardless of technological changes. Next. The goal of the fifth phase of Inter Pares is that of identifying AI technologies that can address critical records challenges, determine the benefits and the risks of using them on records, and ensure that records, concepts, and principles inform the development of responsible AI. There are also indirect outcomes of this research. One is that because we involve any given year about 60 students, these people, when they graduate, will already be prepared to deal with AI on the workplace. Another one is that students of other disciplines like computer scientists, lawyers, forensic students who work also with us on the research, we learn about archival science and diplomatics and our concepts. The third advantage is that we will increase knowledge not only in the context of archival science and records management, but also in the context of AI, cybersecurity, information science, law, etc. And we will end up sensitizing the AI developers and the scholars and other members of the AI community on record keeping and archival preservation and the role of archival concepts and principles in the design of artificial intelligence and on its development. Quickly, there are 101 partner organizations in 42 countries, and the researchers are both academics and professionals, plus students and postdocs. Next. The approach, there is a short-term approach that focuses on identifying the immediate issues that can be addressed by using AI, and the long-term approach that tries to identify what will be needed in the future, especially in terms of decision support within the archival profession. Next. Now, consider that this project is extremely multinational and multidisciplinary, which means that we spent 2 years understanding each other, trying to give the same meaning to the same words. So data for us as archivists are the smallest meaningful information in a record. Data to my artificial intelligence colleagues are just content. Any digital content is data. So we had to do tutorials on AI for archivists and tutorials on archival science for AI people, and also created a terminology database to help us understand each other. Next. The studies, there are about 55 studies going on at this stage. They're all international in that each team is made up of people of different countries, and interdisciplinary because each team is made up of professionals in different fields. They are organized, these studies, by archival function, from creation to reference and access. So all of them. Next. Okay, now I will give you examples of studies. This is the UNESCO Audio Archives is made up of 16,000 digitized interviews and reports. And they were recorded between 1950 and 1980s and are interviews with very important people of the time, both in the cultural environment and in the political environment. But only 800 have been described. All this digitized material has no metadata. Next. It is written in 70 plus recognized languages. The majorities are in French, English, and Spanish. Some are multilingual, so many languages in the same recording. But the difficulty was indeed the many languages. UNESCO requires a metadata schema of about 53 elements, which is vital for discoverability. That would take a life to apply. So we decided to use AI. Can you, next? So we decided that using natural language processing, we would transcribe the interviews and the reports and then extract the metadata. Next. Okay, it is much more difficult to transcribe speech than text, because text gives you orthographic clues and full sentences are used. So there are models that are very good for transcribing text, like BERT, but speech has big problems. Speakers have accents. Not only is many different languages, but there are the accents. Sometimes they speak cutting words. And then there are the recording setup has an impact. And so short audio clips have an impact. We have used Whisper. Whisper has worked out well enough. So next. So what we have been doing has been first to transcribe the speech or the interview or the report, and then identify the genre, so what type of record this was, because we use diplomatics to label it. So you understand that datification of archives means that we have to transform the speech in the records into data. To do that, we had a very old method, which is diplomatics methodology, which allows us to recognize from the place in which they are in the record, according to the type of record, what is a person, what are the dates, what is the topic, etc. So we actually use diplomatics to tag every single part of each record automatically, because it is in fact a standard methodology. And diplomatics allowed us to create all those metadata related to people, dates, topics, etc. Next. So that is an example of a specific study, a case study that is working very well, and the metadata are actually accurate. And now this is an example of a general study. Well, more than one example. I will talk about the paradata first. General studies are the ones that apply to everything, to all the functions. So they are the terminology database, the AI literacy for archivists, and comparative assessment of ethical codes, etc. So now I will talk about paradata. Next. Hello. Yes. So this study, and here are the names of the researchers, the main researchers carrying it out, has the purpose of documenting the use of AI when we use it in an archives to fulfill accountability purposes, supporting the authenticity of the outcome. Next. So the research questions that we ask in this study is, when we design, deploy, or interpret the results of the application of AI, if there is an error or there is harm, what type of error or harm? Why it happened? Who can or should be held responsible? The data curator who provided the data set to train the model and to create the tool, the data scientist who create the model, the vendor who supplied the tool, the organization that implemented the tool, the human users of the output. Next. So there are different ways of explaining. So explaining how the tool works, functions, how do we know that it works, and on what grounds it functions. Click again. But the most important thing is that we also need to justify why the institution has chosen this tool, who in the institution has used it, and how prepared this person was. So, next. we have to distinguish between explainable artificial intelligence and accountable artificial intelligence. Explainable means that a given product has a specific algorithm that produces a specific output given a set of inputs. So really explainable means transparent, but we need to build accountable AI, which means responsible, not transparent. And this responsibility doesn't belong to things or to tools. Responsibility belongs to people, organizations, individuals, and the environment in which operates. For this purpose, we need paradata. So the definition of paradata is information about the procedures and the tools used to create and process information resources, together with information about the operation of the tools, the execution of the procedures, and the persons carrying those out. So this paradata would be presented according to the circle that you see there, this loop. We have a business goal. We want to create an inventory, for example, and we frame it in terms of machine learning. And then we accumulate the data necessary to extract the model. The model is developed, is used, monitored. If it works, we have reached our goal. If there are issues, we start over from the beginning. Next. So metadata is different from paradata because metadata, of which we spoke before, is data about the record that is needed to search for that record, to display it, or to analyze it. Paradata instead is data about methodologies, processes, and persons associated with the production and the assembly of records through the use of AI tools. Examples. We have the organizational paradata, that is, every archive must have an AI policy, must have plans for the design of the tools, training for employees, must have an ethical code related to the AI, must have an impact assessment study, an implementation process, and regulatory requirements. Given this, then, can you go back a second? There are technical paradata that are automatically produced by the tools. That is, the model is documented, the performance metrics are, the logs, the training data, etc. Next. So that is one general study. Another general study is called Green Llama. It is an AI tool developed by our linguistic lab. And the purpose is detoxification. We know that often ChatGPT and all these AI tools create text that is unacceptable, either because it is biased or because it is insulting to certain groups, etc. So this specific tool enhances transparency with explanation of why a text is changed because it was toxic. So let's look at it for a second. Next. There it is. So you can see in pink, there is a text that is not really acceptable. And in green, there is the suggested text that would say the same thing, but it is polite. On the left side, there is the explanation in why the pink text was toxic and in which way the choice has been made of substituting those words with others. So this thing functions pretty well so far. It has been implemented. Next. So there are other studies that involve strongly AI people in archival issues. For example, the identification of personal private information in digital records. We are developing a tool that uses diplomatics methodology to label the records and to identify within the records the specific private information that should be obscured. We also use privacy enhancing technology. We have created a tool that is called ClioX. And basically what it does is distant reading. It accesses the whole records, but not in a legible way, and then makes legible out of the text only what is not covered by privacy. Another study is the veracity of images. That is, the deep fakes. How do we know, even if we are a public institution, that what they send us is an authentic record and not a deep fake? Well, we are using graph theory to develop the methodology to spot this kind of thing. And we also have methods to enhance the reliability of the various tools. And finally, we have created a framework for AI literacy for archivists. Next. So this is the framework. You want to create a program teaching archivists to use AI. It can be integrated in the whole archival program. So you would have archival concepts and archival theories and diplomatics too. And then in the orange color, you can see all the things that we need archival knowledge to identify, but require also data literacy and allow us to understand not just the provenance of the records and the paradata, but also the lineage of the data within the text. And you can see the datification and digital transformation of the text in data so that we can feed models. And in yellow, you can see all the specifically AI information that archivists should learn, at least to understand what a supervised tool or semi-supervised or unsupervised mean, how to use computer vision, which we have used very well, especially with ancient records, and recognizes also handwritings, and generative AI. But we also need all the legal knowledge and the ethical knowledge and the problem-solving ability and so on. So we have written already papers on this, so they are accessible to just assign a records and archival program, a master that includes all the knowledge that is needed to be able to use AI as part of your archival functions. Next. And just for the fun of it, we have created an alpha sense, which is a ChatGPT, which is for inter pares. So we have fed the 5 phases of inter pares, all the studies, all the results, all the data, all the publications into this tool, and then you can ask a question, what is a record? You cannot get the answer, but together with the answer, you get the text of the document from which the answer has been taken, and also the list of all the related documents. So this is ChatGPT done well, as my co-director, Mohamed Abul Majid, tells me. Next. If you want to learn more about what we're doing, you should go to the interparestrustai.org website. Not everything is on the public site because most of the studies are still in course, but you will find lots of information there. We also are on Facebook, and so you can be in contact with us whenever you wish to learn more. Thank you.
Professor Luciani Duranti, Thank you very much for a super magondovious and informative presentation. So now back to the civilians. The difference between us and those that are in West Park Cemetery is that those that are in West Park Cemetery cannot communicate directly with you and I. So they need someone, a traditional healer or a tosana, to communicate. So I'll still take 2 questions directed to Professor Luciani Durant. And those questions will come from those who do not want to communicate through a sangoma. No question. Going once. Prof, it seems the attendees are happy with your presentation and there is no question, fortunately or unfortunately. We would like to take this opportunity to thank you for the effort you have made, even during the technical glitches. You still remained and fed us with this super magondovious presentation. Professor Duranti, thank you very much. And back to the civilians, thank you for affording me an opportunity. No, I should not thank you. I'm the general. It's a must to take the instruction. So, announcements, the gala dinner starts at 6 p.m. You can bring your own partner. And tomorrow, the program starts at 8:30 in the morning. So even after spending the night here, you are instructed to be here tomorrow at 8:30. And then at 12:30, that is 12:30, the execution will take place. So for now, let us move out of the hall as quickly as we can to allow the gala dinner organizers to prepare for us. Thank you.